Nanzi, let's get back to this. Nanzi, I want to talk to you about your finances
set
right
of
now.
tools which help
You're
me
struggling right
live my
now
life.
with some
You know,
money
and
issues
so I
here,
love to hear
and
from
you're
other
going through
people
a phase
because
right now, which
there's
is
still
okay.
possible after
Okay.
all I've been through and done.
Let me
There's
see if I
other things
have
that people could
something
mention,
up.
and I go, oh wow, you know,
You're in the moon right
never thought
now,
to
which
look at this
basically
experience in
is the
this way. You know,
transitory phase
it's
in terms of
possible. You
what you're
know,
learning, and you're
but
really
you know, so I
learning.
always
You
always
don't like
encourage
this,
people to
and that's
just share
okay.
their stories
Welcome to
and
Anti-Gravity
talk
Science.
because
I want to caution you
you're
against
part of.
expenditures. Now's not the time to be.
Welcome to Anti-Gravity Science. We're going to have a UFO UAP disclosure party / open panel for tonight. And that's what we're going to be doing, even though probably nobody's going to freaking join. I should probably do some more promotion of my stuff on UFO Twitter and stuff with hashtags and shit. But I don't even really care. If anybody's searching YouTube Live for UFO, they'll find me. They can come discuss, I almost said disclose, discuss UFOs and disclose. There we go. All right. So what should we do now? We're going to watch a psychic.
The ability to pick up some extra shifts at work,
learn about
do
some
things
UFOs.
for some extra money. Right now is the time to be doing that thing.
This looks like a live stream of the sky. Oh, it is. You should get some night vision. I wonder if Uncle UFO Chile is alive. Tio OVNI Chile. Chile is really cool because that's where we got the alien bodies for the autopsies for Stanford. And then we showed the alien bodies and the DNA and all that research to Congress. And I was actually the person that Stephen Greer handed the hard drive to load up the alien body photos for Congress. So that's quite the resume there to be the first person to show Congress aliens and alien bodies, confirmed aliens, shit like that. Like this is pretty dope that I've been able to do that.
Or something that he passed with. There's something in the.
I guess along with Stephen Greer, he made it possible.
One of the first things that really resonates for me with Bub, with Floyd. I like Bub. I'm gonna stick with Bub. That works with Bub with me here. You may understand this. I get a sense.
I'm lucky to have been able to be the first person to show Congress the aliens. Well, along with Stephen Greer, I got to give him due credit because he's the person that gave me all that intel to give him.
We're in control of our own lives. We often don't realize we're in control of our own lives, and we can make different choices. And if the things in
I guess the title more so belongs to Stephen Greer, but I at least helped him. So I helped him show the fucking first aliens to Congress and get all this shit disclosed. Like, it's pretty dope. Innovative business ideas. Hey, this looks like an interesting stream. He's gonna talk about something that's like screaming. He's coming up with a product that sounds like screaming, and you attach it to a tombstone, and it doesn't use any energy. He said.
He gave me a hearse.
Yo, what's up? Where's the tomb screamer? Where's the fucking tomb screamer? He's gonna make some shit fucking like scream on a fucking tombstone.
It would cost too much.
It costs too much.
Make it too good. To make it perfect is my conclusion. Because it would cost tons to just replicate it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to get it to work and then specific tones. It'd be crazy, though. Rent a pet. Here we go.
Bruh, it's like a speaker.
It can't spell, though, man. This AI cannot spell. Literally. It's terrible. It looks alien as fuck. What is that, dude?
Get a cheap ass, get like 1,000 fucking speakers on Alibaba for like cheap, and then fucking like just convert it to fucking yell screaming sounds.
I want to download these. Can I download these?
There might be a lawsuit
yeah,
though. People
download
probably get
these.
pissed off. Do you putting screaming, or people are putting screaming things on tombs? This should be funny though. I'm not the only Juan. No, 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 no. I'm not the only Juan. Area 50 Juan. That's dedicated to Area 50 Juan.
This, and that's okay.
I'm keeping my eyes open. Like, the closest I ever saw to a cryptid, any kind of cryptid, was, I told this on my show before, I ran into 2 turkey vultures before. Like, I was on my way to the store at my old house, and these 2 huge turkey vultures were in the middle of the road. And they honestly look like pterodactyls or something, you know? Like, you would think they were like a cryptid. They look so weird, you know? Because I've never seen anything like that before, but besides in the zoo, you know. But I've never, one was eating roadkill while the other was guarding the road. And when I came up towards them, the one spread its wings, and its wingspan, it was about 3 or 4 feet wide. Like, they were huge. It was like monster. It was so weird. You know,
Jim Goodall, Jim
For the evidence, and a lot of times it's in front of us. And when I'm out in the woods, I'm up in rural Minnesota.
Jim Goodall.
I've gone down to some of the national parks down in Kentucky, and I look for the high-end tree snaps, and I look for
Let's just look at the second
things
one
that
right
a
here.
Bigfoot would
Coming up, they used to
generally
do this every 2
in
years.
terms of
Don't make
leaving
any
traces of
difference.
things
Jim Goodall,
that
Jim
it did not
Goodall.
want.
Actually,
It's
yeah,
all
and
good
the thing
all.
is with that, Tommy, some of these things when they
It's
hit,
marking things by doing
like
that.
Apophis,
So
if Apophis hit,
I
it would
keep an
be the
open mind when I
equivalent
look
of
for
like
these
maybe
things.
3,
Like an
4
alien.
nuclear bombs.
Don't know if I'll ever
Yeah.
see that.
You know,
I have seen
maybe
some
not
trees
the
that were snapped off
radiation
about
as
3
much
or 4
radiation as
You
the
hear,
nuclear
Tony?
bomb,
right
but
level
on
for them to snap
devastation.
one of these
3 or
things.
4 nuclear
But
bombs.
because I
Gone.
wasn't around
If
in
it-
the
Hello,
area,
Tommy, by the
to
way.
the more.
If it hits off the
falling,
coast,
I
the
can't say
tsunami
that
will
it
be
wasn't
incredible.
somebody
forget
coming
it.
along and doing something
Come
else.
on, Ronald.
But
Come on, Ron. We're
the
gonna get the
possibility
fucking
remains.
nuke for the
Yeah,
goddamn
I've had people
rat.
come on recently and say they've had contact with Bigfoot. You know, like to 2 different people actually, like 2 different guests actually
Like 3 or
said
4
that in different
nukes.
ways they had contact with Bigfoot. Like,
Anthony.
it's interesting. Like what these creatures, they're very supernatural. Like, but they
Yeah.
yet they
Bing
leave
bong.
physical trails behind. Like they do leave footprints.
You
So
know I'm oiling.
well,
they're not completely
The door
supernatural,
Doppler.
right?
I could tell you my source, but then I would probably have to kill you. But I have a friend of mine
With the
who
door Doppler.
was in the military
Get ready
and
for the door
flew
Doppler.
helicopters, and they had the nighttime heads-up displays, thermal imaging cameras as they are up in the air, and he has seen the Bigfoots walking through the forests at night, and he has seen them traveling as singles. He's seen them traveling in basically what he calls small packs, like a family, and
Multifamily mindset, Tyler Devereaux. I got an ad to go to one of these free events in a few days. I'm gonna try to go get some real estate investing, whatever it's called, training. Washington, D.C. Dude, I'm one of like 5 places, dude. One of 5 places he's going from Hawaii. He's coming from Maui, Hawaii, where he lives, and he's gonna tour all. Oh shit, dude! Don't play that fucking music. Are you kidding me, dude? Is this guy like suicidal or something? Is he trying to get freaking suicided with a strike, bro? You might get copyrighted, even though I think there is a way to play copyrighted music, and then there would be revenue sharing. You might get copyrighted, bro. I'd be playing good music too, man. If I could play music right now, fucking I'd be playing some good fucking music. I'd play some dope shit. I can only play dope shit that I've made. I can't play other people's dope shit.
can find that, let me know. AJ Congdon says the new book is awesome. Mark Northwood's on the scoreboard early.
He shoots. He scores. Judy Smith said,
oh, sorry. She says, Judy, your new book is amazing. Absolutely love it. You've outdone yourself. Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear you guys are enjoying it. What were you going to say, man?
Judy Smith says she loved it so much she's read it twice already.
Holy moly. That is awesome. To me, that's like the highest praise when somebody wants to read the book a second time.
Yeah, and that's one. Sometimes being the alpha on the alpha readers, sometimes you go back and you make changes early on. But sometimes it's like I don't want to go back and read some of this stuff twice. But this one, I had absolutely no issues at all going back and rereading it from start to finish again. This one just, I told you the other day, I thought this was probably one of your best books.
I appreciate it. It was one of the most fun to write.
Well, you can tell
writing those characters.
This is a passion for you. Writing, I understand, but you can tell that the Old West and things of that time era, you can tell that is too, and it was just like, you can tell it just perfectly bonded and melded together and made something that you really poured your heart into. You can tell. And like I said, I mean, that one's always going to be my favorite, but this one is moving in, and like you, man, there too. But I don't really want to put them in order, but those are my top three, and this one's good. I really enjoyed this.
I really enjoyed writing it, but I was nervous at the same time. I'd never done a Western before. I've often thought about it. I used to read a lot of Westerns when I was a kid. I was a big Louis L'Amour and Zane Grey fan. I had tons of those books, those old paperbacks, basically dinosaur novels. My mom was big into Zane Grey and Louis L'Amour, and she got me started reading those when I was pretty young, and I just really enjoyed those. And I wanted to do something that was along those veins. Those Louis L'Amour kind of put you in the action kind of stories. He does something I like to do. In fact, I may have gotten the idea from him. Whenever he writes about a place, he likes to go there and walk the ground. And I try to do that as much as I can. Obviously, in like some of the wild hunt stuff, I'm not going to Russia or Argentina anytime soon. But when I set the places locally, I try to go and walk them.
I'm kind of the opposite. I never read any westerns. I love western movies. Those, I've seen probably every Clint Eastwood movie 12 to 13 times, or probably more than that. Each. John Wayne. I used to watch the old Roy Rogers show, the old Lone Ranger show. I mean, I loved westerns. My stepdad was a big Western guy, so we watched those all the time. So I mean, I grew up watching Westerns. I mean, we were kind of, on John Wayne's birthday, we were going to watch a John Wayne movie. It didn't matter which one it was. We were going to watch a John Wayne movie on John Wayne's birthday. So I grew up with stuff like that. I never really read Westerns. I guess this is probably honestly the first Western that I've ever read. So. But it captures everything and checks off all the boxes that a good Western movie, in my opinion, does. And I just, I think I found a new genre that I can go to now.
Well, brother, I really appreciate that. I mean, we've kind of changed things around a bit with the alpha readers. I think the way we're doing it now is the way to go, because I was getting such instantaneous feedback on this one. I was able to go back and adjust details and fix things before, I was 27 chapters ahead of that, and it would have been much harder to go back and fix everything in between. So I was able to do a lot of the work within hours of sending the new update out to the alphas, which I think was awesome. Eric just mentioned the Sackett I love the Sackets.
Yeah,
Those
that
were some
was
of my favorites.
the Tom Selleck and Sam Elliott, right?
Yep.
The movies. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's talking about some of those old shows like The Rifleman and The Lone Ranger, and I grew up watching like Bonanza and
Gunsmoke
and Big Valley and Gunsmoke.
My dad, this is no lie, my dad has a journal beside his seat on the couch with his little end table. He's got a journal in there that he kept up. He made check mark every time Matt Dillon got shot and by what caliber he got shot. That son of a gun got shot in almost every single show that there was.
He got shot a lot. He did get shot a lot.
Yep.
Robert Forster wanted to know any new Audible books soon. Cam just put out a video earlier today. If you guys swing by Dixie Cryptid and check out the video, he talks about audiobooks and putting things out. And he's been running behind because part of it was he's been sick as a dog. So he just posted a video about stuff he's wanting to get done here in the next few weeks. Him and I talked on the phone the other day, and he actually wants to do like the first couple chapters of Dark Frontier and just put it out as a teaser, and then go back and do the rest, kind of like he did with the first Wild Hunt book. Put out a couple teaser chapters to generate some interest, and then drop the whole audiobook. But he's still working on the next Wild Hunt. He's doing Operation Blood Eagle. It just kind of got side shelved for a little bit because he was working on other projects that had to get done. But he has not abandoned the project.
Ding, bong, ding, ding, bong, ding, bong.
That one's a handful. That's going to be an all-day job to keep it decked.
Bing, yeah, bong, bing.
I do a lot of inspiration from the movie Tombstone. To me, that just is one of the most perfect Western movies I have ever seen. The dialogue between the characters, all that one was missing was a big gunfight with the Bigfoot out in the desert. But however, you want to see something along those veins that's not really a cryptid, but it starts out you think it is. Bone Tomahawk with Kurt Russell. That movie will creep you out.
I watched it once and that's it.
I like it. I think it's a great movie.
No, there was one scene in that movie.
I know which scene you're talking about. That was brutal, but it was really good.
I ain't watching that again. That's
Jeff Bridges, Have Gun Will Travel, Paladin.
Yeah.
A bunch of those old great cowboy shows that I grew up on. Quickly Down Under is another great movie.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you, Tom Selleck is good in westerns.
He plays a good cowboy. He really does. Him and Kurt Russell both.
Yeah. Sam Elliott plays a good cowboy. I mean, you always got the two legends, Clint Eastwood and John Wayne. But...
True. Thank you, Griff. My books are just as good. That's awesome. Thank you, dude. Judy Smith says she's ready for the next book. Well, I'm already deep in the next couple of projects, so I'm going to be getting more books out just as quick as I can. Cowboys and Aliens with Daniel Craig was surprisingly good. When I went in kicking and screaming with the concept, I kept telling my wife, "Oh, this is going to be stupid." And she talked me into watching it, and I was like, she's like, "See, I told you."
I didn't hate it. It definitely was not. It's not like Quickly Down Under or Tombstone, or it's not even Silverado.
Right. Silverado's another great one.
Yeah, Silverado's a good one.
Sam Hain 11 says the Gunman starred Chuck Connors, and then he did the Werewolf TV series. Yeah, that Werewolf TV series didn't last very long, but it was a good series. I liked it. He played what was it? Janos Skorzeny.
Janos Skorzeny, which was actually it was a play on word because actually, if you I watched the podcast or listened to the podcast about it, and there was I can't remember if it was Janos or the Skorzeny name was actually about, or it came from a vampire, and I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of those old vampire movies. Or I want
to say it was the name of the guy from. Was it Nosferatu? Because I know in Kolchak the Night Stalker, with the Kolchak the Night Stalker the movie where he went after the vampire. He used the name Scorzini. Of course, Jared McGavin pronounced it Scorzini, but he used the same name. So that name's been used a few times in Vampires and Werewolves.
Because they have a guy in one of the episodes that pronounces Scorzini's last name just like Kolchak did, or just like whoever it was in Kolchak pronounced it that way. Scorzini, or however you pronounce it. Yeah. So that was my favorite show as a kid. I remember I watched the pilot of that, and it scared the ever-loving. They actually had an Old West episode in that one, where he had a flashback and a dream. And he actually went back and in the Old West, they were talking about Scorsese and how long he'd been around. That when he was in that old house, he was back to the Old West because he was a drifter that wandered up on the cattle ranch, ended up killing the mother and father and turning the girl, and that was his lover or whatever.
William Easton says Rio Bravo, best Western ever. That was a good movie. Yeah. Fort Apache, all those old John Ford cowboy movies are just so freaking good. John Cunningham says Blazing Saddles. Somebody go back to camp and get a whole load of dimes.
How about some more beans, Mr. Taggart? I think you won't have had enough.
Yeah. Good luck making that movie today.
Oh, you would not make that movie today.
No, it wouldn't happen. Gavin Boots is F Troop. Now I remember Larry Storch just passed away just like a month or two ago.
Yeah, not long ago. That was a funny show.
Corporal Egarn. I loved that show. And of course, if you want to talk knockoffs of F Troop, one of my favorite cartoons as a kid was Go Go Gopher.
Gee, I would have never guessed that.
You nobody guessed that because the Mohawk twins are always singing the Go Go Gopher theme. Phil Smith says, need a reference to Cam Butler and the Dream Team. Well, I appreciate that. Cam is an awesome dude. He's a great narrator, but he's just an all-around awesome guy. So I'm really happy to be working with him. We got a lot more projects coming in the future too. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the comments as much as I can. Sugi says, anybody ever seen the old Western called Terror or Tiny Town?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard about that, I think.
Marty's here. Hi, Nana.
Hey, Nana. But I guess keeping in the cryptid paranormal, all that kind of stuff, Pale Rider, Clint Eastwood, that's a supernatural type.
Pale Rider's a good one too.
It's a really good movie, but they never really say, but
now I've got to find this and watch it. The Western cast was entirely with little people riding Shetland ponies. I've got to find that and watch that.
if you find it, let me know.
Well, the shootist. Oh yeah, or the original Rooster Cogburn.
Yeah. Now, wasn't that one? He was already
True
dying
Grit.
in that movie. Or no.
I think the shootist was his last film.
Yeah, because he was dying in the movie of the same thing he was dying of in real life.
Right. That had a.
That's Richie Cunningham,
Really
right?
sure.
Yeah, and Richie Cunningham was in it too.
Trying to keep up with the comments. Sorry.
My favorite John Wayne movie though is The Alamo.
That's a great movie. The remake that had Billy Bob Thornton
Never
was
watched.
freaking. You need to watch it. That movie is good.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Don't look at it as a remake. Look at it as a standalone movie. You gotta watch it with Billy Bob Thornton's performance in that. He was superb.
Goddamn, Billy Bob was superb, man.
It was a damn good movie.
I love the line where after Davey wrote the letter. And if you don't do this, I will chastise you most vehemently. Do chastise mean what I think it do? It do.
Ooh, 310 to Yuma is another great one.
The older one is
310
really good.
The original and the remake.
The remake was not bad either, though.
I like Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Russell Crowe.
Been a lot of stuff. Hondo. Oh man.
His older stuff is really good. Not so much. Of course, this new movie that he's supposed to be in about the Pope's exorcism or whatever it is, where he's the priest that does all the exorcisms. That looks pretty good. But,
hey, Brenton says, well, he commented about Billy Bob. I didn't know that. I've never met the man, but I do like some of the movies he's in. Papa Bear's in the house. What's up, man?
What do you say about Billy Bob?
Yeah, he used to beat his first wife. Did not know that about the guy.
Never heard that.
No, I don't like hearing that, but no, I did not know that. But it's one of those. Oh, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Another good one.
Very
Man
good.
Who Shot Liberty Valance. Ooh.
Yep.
Shane, the Searchers, Blazing Saddles. Man, they're throwing some good ones out there.
High Plains Drifter's another good movie.
Drifter. Man, just they made such great old cowboy flicks.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up watching those.
But you know, one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies though is Unforgiven. One of his newer ones.
Mm-hmm.
I love that with Gene Hackman and Morgan Freeman.
I like Gene Hackman in just about anything.
Yeah, but just the way he was trying to hold himself back. That to me, William Money would be Declan Kane when he was that age. All the stuff that he's done and seen, and he's trying to hold himself back and all that stuff, but all of a sudden, but just the wrong thing happens or the right thing, however you want to look at it. And here we go.
Papa Bear says, my favorite John Wayne movie is Fort Apache, but honestly the best Western is Tombstone. When I joined the riot team when I was a deputy sheriff, after you did all the physical fitness requirements and the run and run the obstacle course and all that, then you do the scenarios where you have to go in and fight somebody. You have to set a board, and the board is basically everybody else on the team, and they're interviewing you. And one of the sergeants looked at me and he goes, "All right, this is probably the most important question you're going to be asked in this board, and how you answer this question will directly affect whether or not you make this team." And I'm thinking, oh my God, what the hell is he about to ask me? He's like, "What is your favorite line from Tombstone?" And of course, I immediately popped in with what? Well, hi, Johnny Tyler, Madcat. What are you doing with that shotgun? And they all started cracking up. And then it's like, if you said you hadn't watched that movie, you weren't coming on the team.
That's kind of a rite of passage of manhood, watching Tombstone.
That's a good one.
You suck or an oak?
Yeah, I'm an oak.
Oh, my ass.
Well, here's Young Guns, also another couple great westerns. Young Guns 1 and 2. One was better than 2. The 2 was still pretty good. But I know this isn't really cryptid related. What do you think the odds that Billy the Kid really was Brushy Bill Roberts?
I've actually gotten into some conversations about that. I think it's possible. I don't think it was. I think there's a lot of holes that can't be filled in.
Well, there were people that knew him, that identified him.
But there's people that identify people all the time. So yeah, that's so-and-so.
That's true, but he didn't come forward to claim money. All he wanted was a pardon before he died. That's all he asked for. He wasn't coming out to get famous or anything. And someone authenticated the guns he was carrying.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not. I don't know. There's two.
I would love that.
That would be one of the better ones to make into a movie too. And I think it's probably one of the easier ones to make into a movie.
I would love this, and to jump in and book one of the series and not have to worry about any of the other continuity. I think that would be the perfect place to start.
Another thing really quickly, what people were so scared too. It's like King Louis the 15th.
Donnie Cho! Donnie Cho looks like the Asian police officer, dude.
500 people were lost.
I mean, I think that you got to make it your budget Hollywood
battle
blockbuster.
against whomever he was fighting. Didn't even lose that many men in one battle.
John Cunningham says
It's
Bonnie,
years
that
in the
was
Army,
that the
but
family's name.
now to lose
Billy-
500
yeah,
to some
William H.
monster,
Bonney was his name.
I can
After
understand
he
the
was supposedly
rapid
killed,
upheaval and
how
how everybody has been terrified.
took the name Bill Roberts, Brushy Bill Roberts, and lived like a hermit.
And there
out in the
were,
desert.
I mean, they
If
did
you
go
believe
out.
that really
right?
was him.
And,
I personally, I lean toward it being him because, you know, I know
like again,
from
two Donnie
eyewitness
John.
testimony not being the best, but there were people that
sent out,
supposedly
and they
knew
kill like
Billy,
these
who
really,
were
really
still
large
alive,
bulls. They bring
and
it in,
asked
and
him
then
questions
more
that
people
only
die.
Billy would know.
So it's
And
not just, and again, this is going to be a big part of the conversation, right?
I mean, you know, look at it this way: if he was coming forward as Billy the Kid,
consternation.
what did he have to gain? He wasn't asking for anything other than a pardon because he wanted to die with
Soldiers
clear
out,
conscience.
not kill this thing. And it's just ripping.
He wanted the pardon.
And
He'd
it's
been
the
promised.
children fought off the spears, but the king himself and the aristocracy with all their power and their soldiers can't kill this thing. They can't protect their citizenry. This is a big
Younger gang that he rode with.
I mean, so and we're gonna come back to a little
Billy,
bit.
No. That was part of the Lincoln County Cattle War. It was a big source of embarrassment for the kid. But he didn't like the younger gang.
Oh,
That
that's
was Jesse James.
Frank and Jesse. Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Eric Tesson says my family hid Jesse. He was on a family farm in Pineville, Missouri. My mother's family were from the Kearney area. And, my grandfather on my mother's
You know,
side,
it reminds me of like
was
the
named
first
Jesse
member
James West.
during the Second
He was
Iraq War.
supposedly named after a prominent member of one of our cousins. So allegedly,
I think
Because
Again, it was definitely embarrassing.
don't know how true this is.
So before we get into the politics,
My boobs were just
Dragon Unicorn!
But we were talking about, we were watching West Coast Shop and West Coast Monster Drive from one of Jesse's names,
our paranormal show,
and it was one that he was talking about.
Dragon Unicorn!
The narrator, somebody was talking about that he actually is related to the outlaw.
Hello.
himself.
It took me forever today because StreamYard is a piece of
Out of the blue.
SHIT,
My
and
dad
so
said,
is
my mind is always
my
one to
Gmail is a piece
you
of
know we
crap.
related to him too, right? I'm like, who?
Thank you.
Welcome. Do you like it?
Hey, Grandmaster. Love you, UV.
It's interesting, not what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, we're literally off work
What do you mean?
at 9 o'clock.
Dragon Unicorn.
Yeah, I'm more of a unicorn than dragon. So it'll be a unicorn body with dragon horns and a unicorn.
Oh, well,
I changed it around because I think you're full of fire and how can I say inspiration to a lot of people. That's why.
Maybe I could put the camera right here.
Thank you.
I want to
We're
set.
gonna have that.
I'm gonna set the camera on the chocolate milk. That's what I've been doing.
Block, you know, before I get
Well, happy birthday to you.
hey, birthday girl.
My birthday turned out to be
Chocolate
okay,
milk.
but I got these jeans put on, but they're more pain in the butt. They're too long.
Oh, shit.
Here's my infrared sensor.
I know, right?
One of my infrared sensors for virtual reality.
That looks like dragon nails.
That's actually pretty funny.
I wasn't even trying for that. They just said, "Do you want almond shape?" I said, "Yeah." That's what their version of almond shape is, I guess.
I got 3
All right,
infrared
there you go.
sensors. One right there.
Something like that.
45.
One that's right over there. Oh shit.
Well, it's because they put out fake nails too. It's not my real nails. It would have been cheaper if I would have just used my regular nails, but they were kind of short and kind of
Heck, I could tape almond shaped pieces of plastic on my fingers for like $10.
Well, I think you want to do with AFIT, you probably want to, do the other thing there, the glue them on.
Yeah, but these don't break. These literally don't. These last a long time.
And they tear off your cuticle if you try to bend them.
Yeah. Well, they could. They're literally solid on there like they are your actual nails.
Wow.
What's crazy is how hard they get too, because they only put like the very tip of the nail on the tip of your fingernail. They only put it like very edge of the nail too, and it's like, well, how the heck does it stay on so good? That gel stuff when they sculpt it with that powder and stuff is so strong. It's weird.
That's what costs money is the powder.
Yeah, that's powder. Yeah, that fancy powder they like put over top of the nail to blend it all in with.
When you were talking to me about the unicorn flag, this is really the part that got me in the bed. That's why I gave you the unicorn dragon back.
Well, I think it's very good.
Yeah, I think it's space, yeah.
Well, think about it this way. She's gonna have another birthday next year.
Okay, well now that she's up here, I can take this sucker down.
Yeah, what that Tim says, happy trip around the sun. Tim. I think that was you I heard
didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
No, like, you say that, that's why, Walt uses that phrase, like, last party for you.
Oh, I never said happy trip around the sun.
Okay, well, magic, somebody said it, and we thought it was you the whole damn time. So,
Yeah,
whatever.
well, there you go.
Well, oh my god, there you go. What? I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere, right?
Yep, we're going somewhere.
Yo, they made magnetically levitating DJ shit. I should make a magnetic
Not
levitating
really.
DJ thing like that.
That's my paycheck.
Well, that's better than nothing, right?
Right?
I want the maglev DJ. Metro Points Hotel. Holiday Inn College Park. Arlington.
principalmente militares, são feitas mais por satélites, hoje não por esses cabos. Então, o que eu estou tentando dizer é que até ali final dos anos 90, nós tínhamos, esses filmes eram muito legais. Então há um na Alemanha, que eu não vou, objeto de um cara correndo assim, me lembro o nome, eu mostrei isso na época no SBT, um objeto gigante que passa por trás de uma nave, de uma casa, todo iluminado, a esses da Estação Espacial Internacional. E nós temos aqui em Curitiba, estava sendo feita uma propaganda na época para o Bamerindos, tinha um bonequinho que você mexe com as mãos assim, etc. Não sei se o HSBC já tinha comprado Bamerindos, não, naquela época não era Bamerindos. E o camarada bota uma câmera para filmar e no céu passa um charuto gigante. Isso é 98, no final dos anos 90. Aquele é um filme impressionante, foi feito em Curitiba por uma agência de publicidade. Estava filmando o bonequinho com um comercial. Nas nuvens, um charuto, filma e depois passa um outro objeto. Tanto que um físico aqui no Paraná foi perguntado na reportagem.
I actually made it to Eve and landed on Eve and got back off of Eve properly without any like jeeps or anything. And it was really fun, really hard in KSP2. So yeah. So yeah, let's go through and do what we do here when we're waiting for a rocket launch, and that is go
Leo King, a celebrity astrologist. He's got a lot of things going on in his life.
This is the upcoming launch. You can read our pre-launch previews.
Not going to go into his bio.
Good luck, have fun.
Is like this big. I'm not going to spend 15 minutes on that. I am going to spend 15 minutes saying, "Welcome back, David. How you doing, my brother?"
I'm doing good, bro. Great to be back with you. And by the way, any Aquarius out there that say that song does not represent them very well at all. Too cheap. I always say it kind of would be like if Woody all said, my song is from Disneyland and being on Small World After All or something.
Yeah, right. And I can get that, but here's the thing. I'm a little bit older than you, and I'm a lot older than you. But when that song was a hit, it was a toe tapper. And so I was 6, 7 years old when that thing was a hit, and I got it. It sounded like the future to me. And if you listen to the words very carefully, love and understanding and everything that the song represented, I dug it, man. I dug it. Now, if I was in a movie, that's a whole other situation. But is that right?
Yeah, the edge, the excitement, the rebellion, being different, you know. have to look at your guitars without having 3 guitar center people come up to me and try and tell me how amazing they are at the guitar, how I might not be. That they know what's the best guitar.
That's what I should have done. I should have acted like a salesman when I came in. Yeah. Yeah, you want to take that home?
Yeah, exactly. You want to get our card? You got the June Church faded black card.
You've got credit. All the credits you need. Yeah, but that was pretty cool to watch you do that. So anyway, this is Pluto. Okay, so right now, today, Pluto is entering Aquarius, right? Tomorrow it will be in Aquarius. Am I understanding this correctly?
Technically, we call it the ingress. So Pluto will ingress and actually arrive into the zodiacal sign of Aquarius, which will actually be happening at 5 a.m. So technically, it's still in Capricorn, but that's when you get into the weirdness of where you get cusp. Right? Like I'm born on a cusp, or somebody who's born in between. The cusp is that point between signs, right? So it's kind of a no man's land in many ways too, because of the fact that it's like moving between a room and having a door. I always say to people, it's like having, well, I don't have big boobs, right? So it's like, my boobs are in this room and my butt's in the other room. That weird place between doors. When you're really in the new room is when Pluto right now is in between the doors, but it's still in the room and it's going to be in the new room.
Right. So the toes are in there, but the heels are on the other side of the line.
Yeah, and it's really weird because it kind of actually, it's geometry. What is that kind of actually? It's geometry based, right? So it's actually geometry where it goes from 0, there's 360 degrees around the zodiac, right? And they're all divided by 30 degrees, but 0 degrees is the beginning of a new 30 degrees place, which goes up to 29 degrees in 59 minutes.
Why is everybody freaking out?
Well, one, because Pluto is a planet that takes 248 years to come around the sun. So it was discovered in 1930, supposedly. Right? So in 1930, we discovered Pluto and thought it was this huge, big gas giant that was going to be like Neptune, right? Like bigger. And then over all the years, it kept getting better. They actually didn't use a telescope, they used pictures. And then they were able to find the pictures in 1930 that there was something there, and then they finally just started looking at it more, and they realized it's not gas, it's a lot smaller. And then, of course, by in 2000, over to 2006, when they finally said, you know what, we're not calling it a planet, we're calling it an exoplanet, we're one planet, we're minimizing this as a planet. But what's crazy is the fact that it takes so long to go through a zodiacal sign that's not the same amount of years in every sign. So when it was discovered in 1930, its fastest part of the orbit is through 1930 until 2018. Of course, if you look at how things have gotten really weird and how fast humanity went through transformation, went through things like the atomic bomb, created technology. The amount of stuff from 1930 to now has been overwhelming.
Right.
What's the subconscious or the repressed part that Pluto represents these deeper, intense emotions, and the hidden element, because it is this weird planet that doesn't follow the rules like the other planets. All the other planets go around the sun and they stay within declination. They might go up and above just a little, but they don't go like goodbye.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us again from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where we are ready to launch Terran 1, the world's first 3D printed rocket. Today's flight is named Good Luck, Have Fun, or GLHF. Today's first launch. We'll be bringing you live coverage from Launch Complex 16, which is our launch pad at Cape Canaveral, as we prepare for historic liftoff. I am Rochelle Aniceto, the Chief of Staff for the Vehicle Architecture and Technology team at Relativity Space. I support our chief architect, Kevin Wu, in the design, development, and product management of our medium and heavy lift reusable launch vehicle, Terranar.
And I'm Arwa Tazani Kelly, Technical Program Manager for Test and Launch at Relativity Space. I'm responsible for supporting the teams that design, build, and operate our test and launch sites across the country for both our Terran 1 and Terran other vehicles, including operations on the stages, engines, and propulsion components. Together, we'll be guiding you through our third launch attempt today. Now, if you joined us on March 11th during our second attempt, you know we came very close to launching with 2 aborts during terminal count. Here's a quick breakdown of the reasons for those aborts. During the first abort, we experienced an issue with the stage separation automation system a few seconds before T0 that properly aborted at T-minus 0.5 seconds. Then the team pushed an update to the vehicle automation system, successfully recycled the vehicle, and secured a new T0 time, which was during the last minute of our launch window. After recycling at T-minus 45 seconds, we had an automated abort on the second stage fuel pressure, which was only 1 psi outside of the
Figaro.
Let's learn more about our previous attempts from our chief engineer, James Harris.
Ice glisten.
Nice on me, paparazzi going 100. I don't give a fuck, just keep it pumping. They say what happened, John? I just turned up.
My life done turned luxurious.
Flesh and jewels, rolls hard, yeah. We grind now, put the money up in my hands, finger stacking, Captain Push, cause I'm always there. We're making bad bitches flesh 'em. Pull up and we stunt, yeah, it's a fashion. Call it what you want, I call it flex, magic, squad, rockets, fashion, cocaine. Yeah, I got trash bags filled with cash. Oh, yeah, lit club, we make it rain. Michigan rain, life is beautiful, we gone party till sun up. Yeah, cruising. Blunts up, going higher, dabs to
Got trash bags filled with cash. Oh yeah. Got no beds. It's like, no, I don't have cash. I wish I had cash. I wish I had big trash bags filled with cash. God damn, boy. Damn, man. I'd be eating some fucking dope ass shit right now. I'd be eating some 5-star fucking shit.
cash in my hand. Hey, damn, down stunner. Going too hard, they down the tunnel. Bangs. Oh yeah, this life got a hold on me. Money tripping, no sleep. Grow like this and Robert.
Mag lived 200 down the tunnel. 200,000.
Cash in my hand. Hey, damn, down stunner. Going too hard, they down the tunnel. Bangs. and ice dripping. Wow. In the club, look so fly now. Like a plane up in the sky, where I flex up in the air. Put my hands up to the sun and so. Yeah, I'm getting there, we're going up. So the heavy money, yeah. Oh yeah, got the lick. Oh yeah, and she rap. Oh yeah, and we stomp. Yeah, got a Glock, cause it that, cause I good it, figure 4th of July, pumping bass in my rock, on summer day, ice glisten when I pull up, nice on me, paparazzi going 100, I don't give a fuck, just keep it pumping, they say what happened, John, I just turned up, I like to tongue luxurious, flesh and jewels, global toy, yeah, we grind now, get the money up in my hands, king of stacking, Captain Kush, causing all the stack, we making bad bitches flashing, pull up and we stunt, yeah, it's a fashion, call it what you want, I call it flex magic squad, robberies, fashion, cocaine, yeah, I got trash bags filled with cash, oh yeah, lit club, we make it rain. Yeah, she give me brain. My life is beautiful. We gon' party till sun up. Yeah, cruising, blunts up, going higher. Dabs till the phase up.
combination.
Police need to be put in check by the people. Police need to be put in check by the people, specifically DA ex machina. Police and lawyers, people in the fucking Department of Justice, fucking FBI, all this bullshit. They all need to be put in their fucking place. I'm not going to stand for this fucking communist word suppression or freedom of speech suppression. Fucking communist piece of shit. Fuck you, you communist Chinese piece of shit, DA ex machina. Look at this guy, DA ex machina, dude. He's a fucking spy. He's fucking spying on people. He's a fucking police. He's fucking like a lawyer. He's like Department of Justice or some shit. This fucking bastard, dude. Someone needs to fucking get him. Because this guy is like fucking like half-ass weirdo on our fucking disclosure team. He's like fucking the opposite of disclosure. He's the opposite of disclosure, dude. I will fucking take you out. Y'all haven't even seen all of my fucking guns, dude. My guns is like a goddamn CIA spy assassin's weapon selection. It's like fucking next level shit. I got some next level shit. Everybody that blocks me is generally tends to be a spy or some weird shit.
You use a lot of cosmic toilet paper to get them neighbors out of there as well.
Oh my god, you're gonna kill me! Oh my god, you're gonna kill me!
Just in case. And sometimes you might have to flush them twice because they don't like to go. They don't like to go down in one fell swoop. They like to fight to stay up because they're little ones. You know, they're the little ones that are airy. They got a little too much air in it, so they don't go flush down all the way. You gotta kind of wait till another one can kind of drag it down later.
Oh God!
You know what I'm saying? Well, another like a frappy car. You know, one of the protein cars, one of the protein dumps. So it'll kind of tangle it up like a web, and you'll flush the whole thing finally. It's just that stubborn nugget that doesn't want to go down. So there's 2 of them in my tank.
Yeah, we don't have a turd master 1000.
You're lucky. I live in Turd Master 500. Sucks. It's not the best model, I've heard. I didn't know there was indeed anything called the Turd Master 5000.
Alright, I just looked that up.
Well, but you're still talking about it as if it's a real device.
It is. I just made it up.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It was better than the other model and shit. He was gonna go into a whole soliloquy on why this one was better. And there ain't no such thing like the lion prick. We gotta keep our eyes on that Walt. Stick that right up your little butthole there with your pH ball. Can't even talk because it freaks you out so much. Listen to you. Smoke another one.
Yeah, no.
Jeez. Are you running out of pot? Believe me, there ain't an 8-inch of anything on my body right now. Except for twisted steel and sex appeal, baby. Alright? Yeah. 210 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal. What is that right there? You gotta see that muscle right there? Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Ow! I cramped my whole hand up. Thanks for doing that. Thanks, Paul.
Leaflets that help control the passage of the blood fluid in the body. And in John, when they did the surgery, they told his attorney who was waiting there for him that they were so deteriorated and so much of them had frayed that John might have died the next day or the next week. And when it comes to Smith Jones, when we did this interview, he asked me, he said, do people who have been close to UFOs, are there disease symptoms or syndromes that affect them from whatever is coming off the UFOs? And I was telling him about what had happened to John Burroughs and about the fact that there was this UK study that was done very secretly in 2000 and then released later, that pinpointed that there are these terahertz frequencies that can do damage. And then I learned, after I had done the interview, that's when he said, Airman Retired Jones, Staff Sergeant, he said, I have been suffering from vein artery surfaces being apparently damaged in my heart. And he said, and I've always wondered, could it have had something to do with being so close to that big triangular UFO when I was at Upper Hayford on just that night of December 27th of 1980. An even bigger box on all this is that superior officers apparently knew about what was happening at Bentwaters, knew something about what was happening at Upper Hayford, but none of the people that were working, like Smith Jones, they were never told anything about what was happening, what could be happening. They just had to go and protect the weapons storage area, the WSA. So, how often have there been these dramatic UFO encounter experiences by people in military positions, and they don't have anything filled in for them? We still don't have the truth that we're not alone in this universe and that advanced intelligences are interacting with our planet, have been interacting with our planet for millions of years. That's the truth. That is the whole truth. And that superior officers, in some cases, might know about some of this, and yet the general working military people who have to go out and move the bombs and move weapons to protect them from whatever it is that's unknown. And that implies also that the governments of the world have some information about UFOs showing up, and perhaps, as has happened here in the United States, up in Montana and that region where we had the nuclear missiles, that they have demonstrated that they can stop in their tracks any electronic signal going to a nuclear missile, and maybe that was what was of concern at Upper Hayford. But I wanted to bring this to you because I think that this is one of the most fascinating, resonating stories that no one that I know ever heard anything about Upper Hayford in detail, as we were able to hear from Smith Jones tonight, and knowing it was going at exactly the same time zone, same time in the UK between the big RAF Bentwaters and Upper Hayford. So with this, I would like to extend sort of, I guess, a request. If there are any of you listening who have served in military bases and you have been exposed to anything like this large triangle with what appears to be electrostatic lights in the bottom, that I personally have never seen an illustration or heard of a craft quite like this before. If any of you have, I would also like to know that, because at least we have each other, and those of you who I know have served in the military, and you do let me know certain pieces of information. I know that this is an audience that knows a great deal. It's the issue of trying to get it out into a public discussion. And I would love to hear, in whatever way, hard mail. I try to work through hard mail or through Proton. And if anybody has more information that would go on beyond this particular story tonight, I would sure like to hear from you. And if any of you have ever been exposed to what you think was something like close to something that was glowing on the ground, that was round or triangular or cylindrical, and you ended up with any of these tiny little blood spots on your skin, or eventually a heart problem, I'd like to know that too. I just wonder how much is out there in the general world population where people are so afraid to talk about having any experience with UFO because they're so afraid of being attacked or sarcasm, when the truth is these are serious issues, and we all, every one of us on the planet, deserve to know that we're not alone in this. And I thought that before going to Ian tonight, that I would share with you a brief quote that I think sums up a lot of things. It's from Rudolf Steiner in his important book, Theosophy. Quote, "Our universe is paired to another, which is completely opposite of this one," a theme that I talked about just recently. "There, the skies are glowing white with dark suns, colors are indescribable and iridescent, and time flows to the past. Like a conveyor belt, at the moment of death, in our universe, we move through a tunnel into the mirror universe where it is all light, and there time moves to the past, and souls return." Interestingly, that very concept that Rudolf Steiner expressed so beautifully, I have heard in various descriptions, one by a scientist on the East Coast who experienced consciously having his body rise out of a car into a UFO, was totally conscious, became aware that he could look back and see his matter body in the car his father was driving. And he sees his body from this out-of-body experience and finds that he's either being pulled, that's what he thought it was, he was being pulled up into, and all he could see in the state that he was in for a while was a pulsing red light. And then, as he got closer, he realized it was circular, donut shaped. And the red light seemed to have interaction with him. And he seems to be pulled down into this craft, completely aware of his body and his father, who is pulled over now to the side of the road, and he can see his father looking up. His matter body is not moving, but he's totally conscious in two places at once. And he had a most remarkable experience with ETs. And he described for me in great detail that one of the things that they showed him was something like a holographic projector, and that they were trying to explain, this is this universe, and here is another universe. It was a multiverse explanation. And that what you are not understanding is that in this universe that you know, your soul passes out at the moment of death and can go into another universe, can go into another dimension. And it was one of the very first in-depth discussions going back probably 30 years ago at least with this doctor, that I talked at that time about this subject of recycling, which the other word would be reincarnated, and that he, as a scientist, was being shown a concept that he was sharing with me, a reporter, that we both could resonate with, and yet the interaction came through something that would be so outlandish for someone to go on TV or radio or someplace and say, we were driving at 70 miles an hour on the turnpike leaving Manhattan on my birthday dinner. That's what they were doing. And we get onto the freeway, and the next thing I know, I'm going through the front window of the car, and I'm going up into a black UFO, silhouetted, no lights except for the red pulsing light that seemed to pull me, and that I could look back and see my dad in the car and my own body. Although that is not the only experience. And all of this, everything from Smith-Jones, very, I think, intriguing testimony about what he experienced at Upper Hayford, and then moving out into the whole world, that you need to always keep this huge context of being in a conscious universe in which there are probably multiverses to infinity, and that this is something that has a cycle to it, and that light, the thought that dwells in the light, is perhaps the biggest consciousness of all, and that what it is waiting for is for everything that has been set in motion to continue to evolve into infinity while it sees the souls grow. In their recycling, they grow. And that in the end, if we only knew the whole truth, you, everyone, Homo sapien on this planet, we have strong souls that are worth fighting for, and that being educated by others that are our own colleagues or even strangers who have had these interactions and they're afraid to talk about them, that we will become healthier as a world if we can all talk to each other the way Smith-Jones and others talk, and that I can share with you on this project. So, thank you. Please excuse my scratchy juniper allergy, and I throw it to dear Ian in England.
Highlander, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Is it? Okay, good. Yes, our audience tonight have also experienced the same sort of thing. We have Leaky Paranormal says, it happened to me. He says, I saw my first UFO at 12. I suffered from the same skin condition during incidents. My first UFO was shaped like a teardrop. I now have heart failure. He says as well, the person I witnessed my first UFO with is still alive and also remembers. And it was in Jacksonville, Florida in 1990.
And what we need, Ian, if there is anybody in our audience who has hard medical information, military medical information that says there is a direct link between the emission of terahertz frequencies from UFOs to the petechia, which is at least one of the conditions that looks like this. There are others, but we can at least say we're looking for, are there in our audience people who have had the tiny blood needle pricks? And are there people who have it or have had it, and maybe it has gone on to heart disease? It would be very interesting to know if UFOs are related. And then, should we then be totally afraid of everything? My answer is no, no. The more we learn, the more we would be educated about if a UFO landed. You might not want to rush up to it, but you might want to stay at a distance, and a long distance. We need to be educated about the truth. And this is, for me, this is the very first time that I have ever seen the photographs of petechia and listened to somebody who had what sounds like petechia in Upper Hayford, but I had never heard of that condition being linked to being close to a UFO before, after all these years. So this is how we learn. This is how we get stronger. Okay, Ian.
Well, Don K. Johnson, who's had lots of experiences, is in the chat as well tonight. He says, I got this back in 1995 after I saw a fireball fly over the valley into Simi Valley. I broke out all over the next day.
Well, remember, there are other things that can cause it. There are fungi, there are all kinds. And this is, again, where we have to be our own scientists. If something happens and you have a question, you try to seek out, say, a group like Opus. Lester Velez from MUFON founded Opus, O-P-U-S, all caps. And Les and his group are trying to work on scientific method, approaching the abduction syndrome, gathering facts, so that independent of government policies of denial, that there are efforts in scientists and in doctors who are really seriously trying to organize a way that we could get more information. And then we would be able to know, okay, if X, Y, and Z are also in the syndrome of the person, it could definitely be associated with terahertz. Other conditions, other descriptions, it might not be terahertz. These are where we have tremendous blind spots, and we need to be educated. But Ian, being able to share what people are emailing in or chatting in now, that is really valuable. I would like to know if there are, how many people might have had petechia and associate it with the presence of a round or cylinder or triangular object.
Right, well, we'll hopefully learn more. Sustainable Energy says, could an extremely strong magnetic field suck iron in the blood to the surface of the skin and cause this condition?
I understand the concept of the question, and maybe that is something that I can put to the Opus group and find out what medical doctors would say. I would try to do that.
Okay, Space Ghost also says ion radiation, and it will be a big issue for future space travel also.
Yeah, exactly. We're on Earth, but we're going to have, we already have a base on the moon, but we're going to make it public, and then people will be spending, as I understand, they would like to have people spend, like if they want to go to the moon for 2 years and then come back to Earth, whatever. And the same on Mars. We're moving out into space. We're already out there with starships. And it's so important that the whole existing Earth learn what they are learning about living on the moon and Mars and beyond.
Okay, Linda, we've got some other people coming in with their own experiences. Liam Warren says, I saw 2 vertical tube-shaped objects land in my garden in 1968 in Eastcote, London, UK. I was aged 4 at the time. There was writing on the sides of the white tubes, but it was not human. I asked Liam how big they were, and he says about 20 feet high. He also says that he believes that the... I'm just looking for his last comment here.
Ian, do you mean that they're describing a tic-tac, a white cylindrical object?
Sorry, what did you say?
Are they describing a tic-tac-like cylindrical object?
Liam Warren is describing 2 vertical tube-shaped objects that landed in the garden about 20 feet long.
But I wonder if that could be like a tic-tac, quote unquote.
Yeah. One of the best things Liam could do is contact us directly at Earthfiles at earthfiles.com and give us a drawing of what he's actually experienced.
Yes, that would be really helpful. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lee Q Paranormal says, Linda, are you aware there are over 100 lawsuits against the US?
Hace también un par de minutos una imagen, no he tenido tiempo de descargarla, lo haré en los próximos minutos también, bueno, terminando el programa.
100 families.
Y
I'm not sure where
qué opina de todo esto.
Perhaps you could
Esto es lo que envió el buen Edgar Macotela, que ahí está en los comentarios. Obviamente es la ICAM. Parece lo que podría ser el lado derecho, ahí aparece Popocatépetl, y observen del lado derecho, les doy la pista de una vez, del lado derecho, ahí aparece lo que podría ser posiblemente, porque no podemos establecer todavía ahorita bien de qué se puede tratar. Quizás puede ser un bólido, una estrella fugaz, el ingreso de un meteorito, digamos, eso sería lo más normal.
I would really like to know, because that, and what was happening in that last week of December that would have provoked UFO, other intelligence to interact with military bases, and everybody was concerned about their tactical nuke weapons and bombs and all of that. I wonder what was happening that last week of December of 1980 that none of us know about.
Well, some people are speculating that there was a certain escalation in the Cold War, and we were ratcheted up very close to a nuclear conflict because of the political situation at that exact time.
And that probably makes sense, because I really do think that it is true that the tall whites and at least one type of Nordics collaborate, and that the one thing that they do not want to happen on this valuable, incredible planet is nuclear war. So hooray if the tall whites and the Nordics have kept us from that, from nuke.
So we wonder what was happening at the weapon storage areas where these craft were apparently being down lights as well.
That's right. That's right. What else have you got?
Yeah, the chat is alive tonight. So many people.
Welcome, all of you.
The rabbit hole says, one day I discovered blood on my ship. I picked it off. 2 weeks later, it happened again.
Well, all of this needs to separate out to get a reality check. People who have had this, was there, like, were you outside? Could it be contact with fungi? You have to sort of go through and eliminate possibilities, and then come back to, was there kind of like a being in your bedroom at night, paralysis, going outside the roof, or having that sense, finding yourself in a beam of light going up into a craft. Anybody who has dreams or memories of any of that, but it's likely that there was some kind of a abduction is a word that we've used for decades, and I think it is probably still usable, because the abduction is the taking from the house or the farm or the car or wherever up into a craft. But we're back to the whole huge landscape of agendas. It could be, as in some cases, humans have, at least they think that they've been actually healed of certain things when they have been taken by certain ETs. In others, it's a much more dramatic and troubling extraction of sperm, extraction of eggs, skin, and that fits into this huge hypothesis that the Earth has been used for 278 million years for laboratory experiments, genetic creations, genetic harvesting, rehybridizing, and that has been going on and on and on. So from the ET point of view, mixing, matching, extracting genes, animals from Earth is nothing new. But we, Homo sapiens sapien, in this form are only about 45,000 years old in the last cross phase of Neanderthalensis. So we don't have the big picture, and we're on a planet in which the power brokers and heads of governments for a long time have kept making the decision that they don't want anybody to know the truth. But the truth is the truth. So, what else?
Can you hear me, Linda?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Linda, seems to have shown
I want you to know that I took this footage myself, so I know it's real.
I'm pretty sure most of us have experienced that.
Well, wasn't that a fascinating part out of Smith Jones? How he was officially looking at his clock, and it was a clock. He may have been holding it or stuffed somewhere. And that the clock is what, when he had the feeling that he had just looked at it 1 second ago, and then the hand was 20 minutes later. And that sort of revelation has happened to people in the definite human UFO abduction. But in this case, it is so interesting that he went further and described the feeling of being in two places at once and essentially identical, and watching himself merge with himself. There was a period of time when Bud Hopkins and I and a group of people, this probably goes back to around 1980, 81, 82, somewhere in there. And he had some people in the abduction syndrome that he was studying over at his apartment in New York, and invited me to go there. And we were talking about this whole question of, he had entitled his book Missing Time. And this is a book everybody should read. And I remember sitting in that apartment with Bud and some of the abductees, and the whole subject was, how does it work? How do ETs say that you're sitting in a chair at 12:45 a.m. and a beam comes, but you're not conscious, but you see the clock, and you see as you were going up a beam of light that it's 12:15, 12:20 a.m. And then the next thing that you know, you are back. But now the sun is up, the clock, and you have all this missing time, and you don't know what happened. Or it can be compressed time. Time can be collapsed down to the same second, which I talked about last show and the show before. And that is the speedometer that goes out of focus. And that's all that the person, that's the only thing they can remember that was weird. And then when they do deep hypnosis, it comes out that they might have been taken for a month, and that the beings have the ability to manipulate time and put the human right back to exactly the second in the room at midnight or whatever it was, even though they will have that person for a month or two, possibly that long, and still reinsert them, so that on Earth there was no time loss in the physics of it. And yet the ETs had that person from Earth for a long period of time. That was what we were puzzling over long ago in Bud Hopkins' apartment. How would that work? I still don't understand it, but I grasp it a little bit more because I've talked to so many people who, that's one of the things that they talk about, is they knew that they had missing time because they had something in front of them that they were aware of, at least what the Earth time was. Okay, Ian?
Yeah, just before we went on air tonight, I was doing some research, and one of the terms that I came across was related to missing time, actually related to missing time and UFOs, and it was actually referred to as simultaneous reality. People find themselves in simultaneous reality.
That is a really, I think I've heard that before, but we all should probably do a more investigation and use that simultaneous reality. So some part of you, like he saw the merging, Smith-Jones, of two of him, and he experienced it. They came together and then they merged. Well, maybe one was doing something completely at a different time, and this one that was his immediate consciousness was more immediate, and he didn't even know that some part of himself had been taken. And those are the mysteries that provoke these deep night discussions about how does the physics of simultaneous realities, how does it work? Anybody listening that's a scientist, physicist, worked in aerospace, worked for the government, worked in the military, and we have answers to these questions, I would love to learn more. And we must not be afraid to ask all of these questions in our ignorance that is ignorance because of all the policies of denial. These are good questions. What kind of universe are we living in? And if it is a multiverse, infinite number of universes, where does that lead? I find this fascinating. Okay.
Lynn White with the gang, I'm riding with the final self. Here we go. I'm riding with the drug deal. Even the best measurement. Free your mind. Whisper of love. Fernando Menendez, Brazil. Young Master. Thank you, Coronel. Professor Cole. Augustus Wetzel. The rabbit hole.
Yes, thank you. And what is the gestalt tonight of the comments and chat that you have received about the general sense of how important this particular story is to our audience? I find it really important. I'm just wondering if other people are feeling that we are getting closer and closer to substantial insights from people who have been in the military, in science, in medicine, who really know a lot about these phenomena. And that what a gear shift in the positive direction it would be if instead of being afraid to speak, if we could get this headline out, let's say next month, we're not alone in this universe, there's at least biology in the TRAPPIST-1 solar system, and start moving where we would be able to have more and more scientists and doctors and engineers speak what they know about the phenomenon. I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, people can contact us, but yes, the chat is alive tonight. People are asking anything, Linda, they're in the chat, they'll respond.
Well, what interested all of you the most? Let's see. Send the chat comments. What interested you the most tonight?
Let's wait for a response from the audience. So we're just waiting to see what they say, what interested them the most. While we're doing that, did your Smith-Jones ever contemplate having hypnosis sessions to recover his missing time?
I think that he is interested now. He's asked me about finding out more information about what did happen when he was so close to this strange, huge triangle with the electrostatic. That interests me the most of this whole story in many ways, as I told him.
I was literally just writing down, you can fly it higher like an electrostatic lifter craft.
But what interested me, intrigued me, what is the propulsion system? If that's what it is, that would have the approximately
is now headed downrange in an easterly direction over the Atlantic Ocean. Our next ascent milestone is max Q around 80 seconds.
That's the point where we're going to really test out that 3D printed structure.
Turn 1 is supersonic. Get telemetry switch over at the ground station.
30 to 40 feet wide and 60 yards, 60 to 80 yards long. That's like having really an oval or triangular shape football field.
We are on our way to making a new history. Terran came ready to play today. You just heard that call out indicating Terran 1 just made it through Max Q. We just completed a major step in proving to the world that 3D printed rockets are structurally viable.
Hello, Ali says
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
As well.
Look at that.
Okay.
I love that blue flame. Methane is going to be so fun. So many rockets. Methane is so in right now. So hot
Up next, we'll be looking for a call out that stage 1 performance is nominal.
Petechia.
It's cruising.
And it may be that there are studies.
About a fifth of the way through orbital velocity.
To have real studies with real facts. Go ahead.
The first stage does a lot of the heavy lifting, but it's the upper stage that actually does the majority of the velocity change.
The military and their experiences, it opens my eyes to things that I never knew could be possible. So interesting. I learned so much here.
Well,
remember their video feeds here might break up a little bit.
Our military are put in other parts of the world to do battle or whatever their
separation right now.
Are.
And hopefully,
I think that
second stage ignition, there it is.
As you can see, we were waiting for Miko and upper stage ignition. This means that we had a main engine cutoff for stage 1, and directly following that, we had second stage ignition, which you can see the Aeon vacuum engine in that beautiful view in the night sky. Reminder, there is no fairing for this maiden launch as we don't have a customer payload, but we do instead have a memento of the first ever circular test print.
It's done.
Which one?
Did not reach orbit, but huge milestone. Getting through stage separation and second engine ignition, massive. That's huge.
Really like to know.
I'm not sure what happened. The gimbal's still trying to counteract it, but it
working with some faction of the
and it is still coasting upwards, but it definitely appears
we are currently standing by for an update on what's happening with the stage 2 engine.
That may actually be biological, and they may be the progenitors, but the grays are so much of it is artificial.
This is okay though. They were so excited to get through maximum aerodynamic pressure. That was a huge milestone. Again, this is a demonstration mission.
As if
it's okay to fail on your first launch attempt.
From people about
they are going to be celebrating tonight. This is a good thing. Yes, they didn't likely now make it to orbit, but getting through stage separation, proving out your stage separation, doing initial ignition of your second stage, huge milestones.
Part of why
so they are in, I mean, I don't even know how many companies have ever done that on their first launch attempt. That's huge. Most, I don't think any that I know of even got through the first stage burn.
Of our relationship with a universe, other dimensions.
Ooh, man. Yeah, they proved the most important part of their entire concept, which was getting through Max Q. So huge props already.
Dimensions, all of it.
All the way through first stage. First stage has been validated.
Subjects.
Announcement on countdown. This is the LD. There's been a T plus anomaly with stage 2. LZ, please begin anomaly procedure section 25. Copy.
Those are the very subjects that are front and center.
Thank you, Relativity, for being so open with us about this. This is amazing to have this kind of coverage and this access to the information. We're watching and learning in real time.
Sometimes to other planets.
Just really is amazing for us spaceflight fans to be able to be tuned in like this. So thank you for watching live with us.
And I can see that I'm also starting to receive emails from some of the people in the chat right now. Rosie Rose says the person who saw 2 of his cells merging into one. That sounds familiar. so we're triggering memories as well from other people.
Good.
But I've got to make a couple of announcements quickly, Linda, before we run out of
As
time.
you heard from our launch director, we did have an anomaly with Stage 2 during flight. But maiden launches are always exciting, and today's flight was no exception. Although we didn't reach orbit, we significantly exceeded our key objectives for this first launch, and that objective was to gather data at max Q, one of the most demanding phases of flight, and achieve stage separation. Today's flight data will be invaluable to our team as we look to further improve our rockets, including Terran R.
Our team will now carefully analyze this data to determine what led to this outcome. So stay tuned to @RelativitySpace on Twitter and RelativitySpace.com for additional updates in the days and weeks ahead.
I want to thank the entire Relativity team for all of their hard work in getting us to this point.
They really did dig into some profound issues. And go ahead and
Beautiful
give out information.
You can hear me over. You just heard
that. Next weekend, Parapod Festival.
Absolutely amazing.
San Clarita.
Look at that. I love that blue flame.
Wonderful.
Methane is going to be so fun. So many rockets. Methane is so in right now. So hot
Up next, we'll be looking for a call out that Stage 1 performance is nominal.
And I guess at 81 cycles, revolutions around the
about
sun.
a fifth of the way through orbital velocity.
Maybe that word
About a fourth of the way.
is applicable, even though I
First stage
always
does
feel
a lot of the heavy
inside
lifting,
out
but it's the upper stage that actually does the majority of the
I don't
velocity
feel any
change.
differently than I remember feeling when I was in junior high or high school, wanting to explore, travel the world.
Remember their video
learn as much
feeds
as I
here
could
might break
about
up a little bit.
as many mysteries as I could. Never
Looking for a call.
that I would end up
As you can see, we were waiting for
in Denver.
Look at that.
I would
Orbit, baby. This thing is
present with
and it just made it through.
stories about
the upper stage it actually does. Second engine ignition
bottom of it.
of your second stage works, but it definitely appears the
We are now headed down.
Are still taking place. Are they gory? No.
Remember their video feeds here might break up a little bit.
The ground is trackless. and
Miko.
That's why it's always been important.
They're
But
going through
again,
stage
does
separation
it
right now.
fit into
And hopefully,
what I think is the
second
key
stage ignition.
biggest
There it is.
As you can see, we were waiting for Miko and upper stage ignition. This means that we had a main engine cutoff for stage 1, and directly following that, we had second stage ignition, which you can see the Aeon vacuum engine in that beautiful view in the night sky. Reminder, there is no bearing for this beta launch as we don't have a customer payload, but we do instead have a memento of the first circular test.
just knew the whole truth about the whole magnificence that this Earth planet has been, can be, even though right now that forces of climate change could end up hurting the Earth and hurting humans and hurting other animals. All the more reason for us to understand and try to learn and hopefully persuade governments to tell us the truth. Could we be working with extraterrestrials that are vastly intelligent and could help us get through a period of time that we might not be able to get through by ourselves? What is wrong with opening up all of it to all of us so that we would appreciate the planet that we're on and ourselves, our relationship with each other, as fellow humans? I'm just curious before we close out. Thank all of you that stayed to be in the program tonight when we had freezing computer failure. And Brad and I are both allergic to juniper and sneezing and coughing. Fortunately, I think we cleared up somewhat. But Ian, I would like to know if you've got half a dozen responses from people about what interested them the most, in addition to what you already
I think that they were very interested in nostalgia, and people are very interested in the actual experiences that people have, and the physical experiences that is very interesting for us. They want to follow up on and learn more, and especially in missing time. So those are the two main things that I'm taking away from tonight's program.
And they're referring to what happens during a missing time event, like the physical abduction. They want to know more about what happens in physical abduction.
Right, learn more about what actually happens. Also, interested in other core issues. That UFO tip is in the audience tonight. He said the information is shared on manipulations. Always be really fascinated. Always Google where trying to make synergetic to share what you know.
And I think that chocolate has just jumped up. Bless his heart. You got to see his face. Look at this beautiful. I love him. I love Fluffy. And they don't always come, but when they do, I like them to feel welcome. But we all, I think that what I feel special about you, the Earth Files YouTube channel audience, and the communications community is you are not living in fear. You all, like me, I want to know the whole truth. The good, the bad, wonderful, awful. I want to know the whole huge truth. And if it starts this year with simply an announcement on they've got a biological signature, and you're not attributing, it's just a biological signature. It's like you can begin to feel the energy surging like a new wave, like the discussion tonight with all of you. That when it is considered politically okay to talk about other intelligences in the universe, maybe the whole Earth would start, and humanity would start getting healthy. Because what's happening between people now is sort of scary. And I embrace all of you and hope that you keep telling me what you know, military, engineering, medical, everything. I will keep trying to put it into the Earth Files YouTube channel so that it can be shared with everybody who needs to be protected. I always protect people who can speak in their real name. That's great. But that we start taking on more and more and more of these complex subjects through your experiences, your information. And that way, I'll have an endless stream of this revolutionary time to share with you. We're not the only intelligent life in this huge universe of at least 3 trillion stars, conservative estimate based on the James Webb Telescope. Just think of that. 3 trillion stars. And if there's more in other dimensions, wow, so much to learn and find out. And that's why I love doing the Earth Files YouTube channel. And hopefully we'll get a new computer that's not going to freeze and we lose all of our work. But how wonderful it is to feel that you guys stayed around even with that. I can't thank you enough. And I look forward to seeing you here next week. And Ian, as we go out, can you give the dates of the Parapod and the portal to Ascension and contact in the desert?
Yes, we posted in the show's notes this video, and we'll also post it in the chat as we speak.
So, for those of you who make it to those conferences, come, say hello, and we can meet in the matter world with you. I love you guys. Stay well. See you.
Well, I appreciate that. And let me pull this out there, though, too. For that 777, you are also getting all of our exclusive episodes. A lot of the people that are actually
like to see the caption in another language,
documentary, but you also
click on the white settings button next to the CC podcast. Select subtitles CC.
For that, I want to give a shout out to our Patreon.
And then select auto
order
transfer.
so far. Britta, Bloomingcraft, He Changed, Chris Williams, Gerald Mazza, Abraxas Abramelon, Dawn, and Stephen Walls for Wales. So shout out to all those people. Thank you so much. You know, I'm honored that we've had the positive response that we have, but it's like now it comes to like how do we get this in front of people? I mean, that's we're trying to refine more and have a more refined version to present to more people. So yeah, I mean, like for me, I wish more people have responded to it online because I feel like it is somewhat put together compared to other things that I've seen. You know, I've been on UFO Twitter for like 5 years now, so it would be nice to see some of those people that have voices step up and be like, hey, check this thing out, because I mean, I've propped a lot of people up, I've retweeted things, I've shown love to a lot of people over the years, so yeah, hopefully this, like I said, gets in front of more people, because there's only so much, like me, you guys, everybody connected to Mind Escape or Roswell or whatever, there's only so much we can do. At the end of the day, it's like, do we let the people that are doing the drama out there have the loudest voice, or do we actually look for knowledge and things like that? So
very true. Super, probably the greatest collection of experiences in totality ever put into a documentary. So get that for real.
Oh, I appreciate that, Shane. Thank you.
Well, look, me and Toby, this is what's important. I keep trying to say, I may not know how to say the words all purdy like, but my point is, I'm a goddamn experiencer, pretty hardcore, all the time. I can share it everywhere. This was part of how I shared it. Part of my videos are in there, other people's stories, and they all have similarities, right? And they all have these, and then if you keep following that rabbit hole, picking some of these people, let's say the doctor before me and me, and you go and watch some of our podcasts and stories and articles coming up, you tell me if some of this stuff isn't wildly connected in some ways. That's why you should watch this. This is the beginning of Maurice and Mike's, Toby's, myself, production, making of this content. And it's already amazing. I mean, the people it's going to help, just getting to talk about it and put it out there. For one, being able to talk and put your experience out there, it's cathartic. I remember my first podcast. Not everybody can be on a podcast. Some of these stories are so exceptional. They're almost like book moments. D.W. Pasolka talks about if you, when you run across that moment, it's like, there's a lot of those in there. When you hear other people tell those stories, it reminded me of this. UFO Congress, I went to experiencer in groups. Personal stuff in groups. And hearing the stories, same thing. You were like, kind of taken aback. It clicked with you on some of this stuff, and you could see in their eyes, because the way you guys produced this is such quality. As Tom Reed said, man, this is good stuff. You're watching, you're seeing everything. And it's being the message that's being relayed, it's not taken away from any of the experiences, and yet you pull your own thing from it. And what you don't get is, it's a catalog of exactly what Keel talks about. And he talks about that in Trojan Horse. He talks about that in the Eighth Tower. This vast variation difference, right? And he also talks about the super spectrum, which I'll also say consciousness and all this type of stuff. Because it's all so, yeah, the more I figure this out, this thing here that you produce is pretty damn good, man. I'm pretty proud to be a part of it. Super proud. I was all giggling and stuff. Look at me up there. Look at me.
He did. He giggled in front of everybody.
Trying to play it cool with my sunglasses and my wig so no one saw who I was.
Toby posted the picture of you falling asleep to it.
No, I was actually tweeting that stuff out. jerk. Yeah, I was like, why would you tweet that? He's gonna have a complex. I was like, I was tweeting that shit. I was tweeting all this stuff. It was good.
So,
I'm not even gonna say anything.
no, I appreciate that, dude, and I mean that's kind of what we were going for. You know, the inspirations. I don't want to ruin anything. Obviously, you know, we're not going to go through anything specific, but the inspirations behind it. Well, you know, we could start with like Plato and the pre-Socratics, you know, philosophy, and then, you know, like Thomas Kuhn and paradigm shifts and the structure of scientific revolutions, and then you get to more modern day, like fringe researchers or people that are willing to step out and say, well, this is weird, let's look at this, you know, like our Dr. Rick Strassman, who, you know, the modern psychedelic renaissance may be not what it is if he's not doing those DMT trials in the 90s. Same thing, Dr. Andrew Gallimore writing this book, Alien Information Theory, kind of connecting the idea that, hey, these are alien realms and alien dimensions, and these intelligences aren't, you know, so cut and dry in what they are. We don't even know what consciousness is, you know, things like that. So there's the inspiration, and then you get to the UFO stuff, which is like, it's baffling to me that many people have had these kinds of experiences, you know, from Chris Wolford to Toby. You're almost crying at the end of yours, Toby. I mean, that's some emotional shit right there. Shane's crazy experiences. I mean, you just name it. We've got all sorts of people. Lee, my buddy Lee Adams, who's in it, he was stationed on the USS Nimitz, and he was also stationed in Virginia, and he texted me saying, thank you so much for portraying normal people that have experienced this stuff as not as crazy or psychotic or whatever, and just letting people tell their stories in a, you know, an easy to digest way. So that's all we're really going for, right? There's something going on. I want to know what it is. I've had my own experiences, and you know, that's the other thing, is I could have injected myself in this way more. I mean, I think I have a couple voiceover parts, and then obviously I wrote.
go. Let's rock and roll. There's Robert Lamoth, Sugar Britches. How y'all doing? Rugged Source. Dave Walters and Kamloops. How you doing, buddy? And there we go with Brown Dwarf. And who else we got here? Carrie Toussaint. Welcome to SOR chat. Sandy B, how are you? Chasing the Truth. Sean G, how you doing, man? Lisa C, good to see you. D. Cohen, nice to have you back. And Kathy Evans, how are you? Donna, what's happening? Hi, Monica. Jenny Whitebear, we love you, Jenny. And who else do we have in our chat room tonight? Let's say hello to Midnight Sasquatchers. Yeah, there you are. John Hinoyosa, it's been a while. Good to have you back. Lisa Chris, I'm sure you might know our guest. And you may know him. I'm just thinking you do. But welcome to our chat. Javier, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, Cryptid559. And who else do we have? Pam Harris, Stephanie Blankenship. Welcome, Kenny, at Spaced Out Radio here. And here we go, me, Woykin, Area 51, Jessica W. David Page, Millennium, my man, Pat Dewey. Laura Lobbs is here. Laura's going to be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. Toombs and Raymond L., nice to see you guys. Noble Patrick, good to have you back. Matt Geek, good to see you. As we continue on with our roll call. Stephen Edmond, always a pleasure, my man. And Sir Pence, good to see you. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Pixie Lara, thank you for joining us. Love me, love. Pen Man. And there's Joel Strelski. God, hair combination. Best in the business. Absolute best. Paramar, Sibylla Irwin, Zen1, how y'all doing? Zach, how you doing? Potty Tech, good morning to you. And who else do we have here? Joe, are we seeing you and Benny in Vegas? We need to know. Cryptid to Paranormal Kingdom, how are you? Richard Elmore, thanks for coming on in. Damien K, Eddie Tong, SJ, thank you for joining us. And Jessica McCreary, Welsh, Hammer, Ray Troll, what's happening? Good to have you all here. Hi, the Ferret, Bigfoot Anonymous. Connor, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. And Rex Goodrum, nice to have you. Hi, Sparkles on Facebook. And who else do we have here? Big J, good to see you, my man. And Rob G, how you doing, buddy? I'm going to start the radio. So that way we can let Bill WD-40 into the show so we can move us up. TMI, Anilka, how are you? And there's little Timmy Senor, the anonymous Rex. We got 20 seconds. The super chat is open. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. You can do a little shop at spacedoutradio.com. At the next break, I have some information regarding Vegas, so make sure you check it on out. Thurston Howell III, how you doing? Horns up. Let's rock. Michael Chris grew up extremely fascinated and always believing in Bigfoot and UFOs, but he never really looked into them due to fear of ridicule, like most of us. It wasn't until August 2021 that a coworker told him about this strange creature called the Dogman. At first, hearing the name, he laughed about it, said no such thing exists. But now, yeah, he's all in. Yeah, he's pushed all his poker chips into the Dogman middle table, and he started up the West Coast Dogman Project, started doing boots on the ground research. He's the founder of West Coast Dogman and the founder of the United States Dogman Federation, also a Region 1 director for Jody Cook's North American Dogman Project. We're going to get some serious information about this werewolf-like creature running around the North American forest. Shane Michael Chris, welcome to Spaced Out Radio for the first time, my man. How are you?
I'm doing great, Dave. Thank you so much for having me on.
Oh, man, we are going to have fun tonight. I mean, you're relatively new in this field. You decided to finally put, something together and do this for yourself. How does that go about, man? How does that go about where literally you're sitting around one day, maybe having a cold one with a buddy or two, and what are you like? I got to do something about this. I got to figure this out for myself. Break it down how you got into this.
Well, that's what, like how you said earlier, I literally put all the poker chips in the middle. I was 31 years old at the time, or 30 years old actually, and I was just like, I want to learn on this thing because there's not a whole lot of information out there, and I never heard of a dog man. So, I'm like, what do I have to lose? What is it that, the fear, the ridicule, like you said earlier? That's what I feared, But I was like, what's there to lose? So I just dove in head first, and I started researching Dogman, and I started listening to the kind of show, and then started looking at other YouTubers who had talked about it, like Jeff Nadolny, who does extensive research, and Hobby with Cryptic 559. I came across his channel, and in early 2022 was my first time actually going out in the field. Was his research area up by Avocado Lake, where he had a Dogman encounter here in California, and took the wife out, and we hiked and looked around. The area was really eerie. Didn't see anything though, but it was during the day. But that's where I just dove head first, and I just wanted to learn more about the Dogman. So every day for the last year and a half, I've just been researching, and a lot of my studies are online because you can't really get out in the field every day as much as I'd like to. Family, sports, having a kid, work. So my little research area where I go is a place called Shaver Lake, California. It's actually a big Sasquatch area, and there's been a few reported sightings in the last few years of Dogman sightings or werewolf-like creatures. So I go up there when I can, and that's where I try to do my boots on the ground research and go from there.
Okay, I mean, you're in the middle of Sasquatch area here on the West Coast. Why Dogman?
That's the thing. I've learned so much about Sasquatch and the shows like Finding Bigfoot or all these other shows on UFOs. I've always been fascinated by it. I just never, really dove into it. I think I dove more into the UFOs before I really dove into the Dogman. Hearing Corbell and George Knapp and Bob Lazar got me all into the aliens. And then disclosure happened and started releasing a little bit of information here and there. I'm like, okay, UFOs, I've always believed in those things. But it was the Dogman that just really intrigued me. And I've always been fascinated by werewolves since I was a little kid. Watching the show or the movie, Stephen King's Silver Bullet, it always fascinated me. Did I ever think they were real? No, I just thought it was Hollywood. But diving more and more into the research, you start finding out certain things. And what really got me into the Dogman phenomenon was the everyday people seeing these things from all across the country, and they're all very similar, whether they are looking like the hyena variant or breed or the German Shepherd, or there's just so many different ones in it. 5 people to say that, hey, I saw a werewolf walk into the corn, okay, maybe they're probably crazy, but when you have 500 people saying they've seen the same things for the last 30 years, it really sparked an interest in me, and I'm like, okay, there's something more out there. Is it flesh and blood or is it interdimensional? We don't know. There's people that are believers on both sides. I keep an open mind to both. I'm not saying, hey, you're crazy if you believe that they're coming and portal hopping. There's been a lot of reports I've heard of that these things come out of portals and then wearing suits, running out in formation. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, you have to really keep an open mind to it. If that person really see it, it's his story. We weren't there, so you just have take them for the word.
See, I love that about you. I'm already excited about you because you have your own beliefs, but you're not allowing your own beliefs to dictate where the information or the stories take you. Now, a story like that where they're coming out in uniforms in football formation ready to tackle you, I mean, were they wearing helmets? I don't know, but I mean, the whole idea about it is that is someone's story. That is what they saw. The majority of people out there are good, honest people who are scared to hell about encountering one of these creatures, whether it's Dogman, whether it's Sasquatch or ghosts or aliens and UFOs. They don't know what they're talking about. And I don't say that for ignorance. I say that because they've never encountered something like this before. And they don't know who to talk to about it, which is great for people like you who are researching this. But it truly does show, Shane Michael, that we can't throw any anecdotal story out the window because it sounds too far-fetched.
Exactly, and that's the thing. And like you said, that's why I joined the North American Dogman Project, because like you said, people, they see these things and it's their story, but they don't want the ridicule or the fear. And I was in that spot, but that's why, I joined the North American Dogman Project to be, a place where people can go and tell their encounter, whether it be on the phone or just anonymously through an email, something that we can document and say, hey, you saw this here, this time on this date, and we can, I'm the Region 1 Director for the North American Dogman Project. Jody nominated me after Deb Marine stepped down, and I just went full on from there. And I'm talking to a lot of people right now, about 4 or 5 different people throughout the Western United States that are part of the Region 1, under the Region 1 jurisdiction. And, we're trying to recruit state reps, field investigators, teams, just to get, when someone does see a dog man, we can get a team out there to investigate the area. And that's why I created West Coast, was to just be a place where people can come and talk and share their evidence, whether it's, the photos, people take photos of pareidolia. Others are going to say pareidolia, but 30 people might see something in that photo. So like I said, I keep an open mind to it. If I don't see it, I just say, I scroll past. But I just want to be an outlet and spread the awareness of this cryptid. As the sightings increase every day, it seems like the Dogman has overtaken the Bigfoot, in my own personal opinion, in the cryptid field in fascination, because no one's really heard of it. They just think of the name, oh, it's Dogman. It's so funny, it's not real. But the thing is, I've learned through the Bigfoot community, because I do run another page called the West Coast Sasquatch Project, because I'm a big Sasquatch believer. But I've talked to some Sasquatch people, and they say they don't believe in Dogman. It's like, okay, but if you believe in Bigfoot, why not keep an open mind to the Dogman? It's just one of those things that we're going to run into with these communities, that, you just have to keep an open mind to it at the end of the day.
Oh, very true. Very true. And you have to keep that open mind, because if you shut everything out, or you start, and this is where I'll criticize the Sasquatch area, because, like I know there's people up here in British Columbia who are, they love to announce they're going out in the forest to find the British Columbia monkey, or the North American monkey, or where you get, the BFRO there, which has actually been caught numerous times red-handed editing their own reports because they want to be very sciencey. They don't want to have UFOs around, or paranormal experiences around, or orbs, or anything along those lines. And they've actually been caught a number of times editing, which absolutely skews their statistics. It really does, and I don't like that whatsoever, but that's a different conversation for another time. You're the one who's getting these reports firsthand. What are the people saying when they turn it into you? What's some common denominator?
Well, that's the thing. We haven't gotten a whole lot. The West is kind of quiet as of recently in the last year on Dogman. There's been certain sightings here and there, but they go all the way back from 20 years ago. The research I've done online is I've tried to map out the most recent encounters, looking at the NADP archives, to using Dick Cundiff's channel, to certain, pages to kind of map out where these most recent sightings are. But the most recent one that I know of was in 2017, was in the Jedediah National Forest. Possibly 2018, but the Dogman photo, there was a hiker that was coming from Washington and coming back from a concert, and he's hiking through the Jedediah, and he heard a loud roar, and he saw two people, which he thought was kind of strange, two other hikers. And when he turned back around, he took a picture of what he saw roaring as it was walking away into the tree line. And then that photo was actually sent to the NADP, and Dev Rooney, the former Region 1 director, actually talked to the eyewitness, wrote up the report, and they sent the photo to Jody, and they had it sent to other experts, showing that the photo wasn't tampered with. And that's, to me, it's one of the best, I'd say top 5 photos I've seen on the Dogman. But as of recently in the West, I haven't got a whole lot of reports, actually.
Well, you know what? They're going to come. They are going to come, because I know up in my area here, we know where the dividing line is so far. And I had never heard any Dogman encounters in my area, British Columbia, up until probably 5 years ago. I got one from way up north, where it's like frozen half the time. And yeah, go figure, Canada saying it's frozen half the time. I get that. Nice pun, Dave. Way to go. But seriously, I got one from way up north. And then I got one from the Kootenays area, which is by Alberta, and just south of that would be Montana and Idaho. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. But in my area, I've heard 3 or 4 Dogman encounters now.
Yeah,
including from a couple of First Nations elders who were out hunting black bear just a couple years ago.
Wow.
And they were about 200, 250 yards away. The one brother raised the rifle because he thought there were 2 black bear standing on their hind legs looking back at them. And he put the rifle up, looked through the scope, put the rifle down, and said, "We got to get out of here."
Wow.
It was that quick.
See, I've recently just heard one in Washington where a guy actually shot and killed one, according to Jeff McDonald, who read the report on his channel, and that was out of Washington. So I don't remember the exact year. I don't remember if they stated the year. Because I listen to Dogman encounters. I listen to Dogman 24/7. Whatever I can find on YouTube, I'm listening to it. So, but like you said, I haven't received a lot of reports yet. I think I've received 2 actually in the last 6 months being in this director role. So hopefully, as time progresses, we'll get more. Because that's what I'm about. Is about spreading awareness and getting boots on the ground research out here in the West. So
absolutely, and it's coming. It's coming. I think this creature is starting to spread itself out more, and it's growing. And the phenomena is out there. The phenomena, I believe, lets you see what you want to see. But what I want to concentrate on till the bottom of the hour here, for our listeners, say, who are on terrestrial radio, who may have never heard of this werewolf-like creature. They've all heard of werewolves. What's the difference between a werewolf, in your opinion, and this Dogman creature?
Okay, so with werewolves that we've all know from watching Hollywood movies is you have to be cursed and you have to wait till the full moon and then you shapeshift into these things and you pretty much attack and kill things until the full moon's gone. And then, but a Dogman is something that doesn't transform. It's in its physical form 24/7. It doesn't shapeshift. And the thing is, one thing I've also learned about with werewolves, if they are real or if they're not, like I said, I keep an open mind to it, but they only travel solo. And compared to Dogmen, there's been multiple encounters, multiple reports, they travel in a pack. And very rarely will you ever see one Dogman. If that's the case, like I say, I keep an open mind to it. Other researchers have said that that's either an older Dogman that's been kicked out of the pack, kind of like a wolf almost, that they're kind of like a loner. And that's just the 2 big differences in Dogmen and werewolves. Werewolves obviously shapeshift, Dogmen don't.
There seems to be like a human side to the werewolf legend. There really does seem to be a human side to it, and I will give you that all too well on that one. I mean, when you say cursed for the werewolf, you obviously have had to do your research on that. Would you explain to our audience what you mean by cursed?
It almost seems like something that has to be almost evil. Like, I mean, according towards like the werewolf lore, is you get bitten by one, you turn into one, right? Well, I mean, if you go down and take the werewolf lore down to the Cajun country of Louisiana, you almost have to almost do bad things to become one. Just like with the skinwalkers, you have to almost kill a family member to turn into one. Right now, I've been researching a lot because I'm, half Hawaiian is the Kaupe, which is the Hawaiian werewolf, and it's mythological, but you almost have to almost have someone commit suicide to become these things. And the Kaupe is just like the skinwalker. It's a shapeshifter, but it's also in the werewolf form. So one of those things is if you align all the werewolf lores together, there's something obviously out there, and they all connect. They all shapeshift, and it all seems like it involves darkness and something real evil or sinister.
You mentioned a report where a person allegedly killed one of these up in Washington State. Do you buy that story? And the reason why I ask that, okay, is there's a lot of people in this field who are looking for their 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of fame. I'll tell you, I don't think these things can be killed. I really don't. Same as Sasquatch. And I could be in the minority in thinking that way, but I just think that if someone killed a dog man, I wouldn't be going to a podcast right off the bat and saying that I killed one, number one. But number two, I sure as hell would put it in an area secure, the body at least, secure if you have the body, number one. And number two, I would trust the most trusted person I know who's as close to a scientific person as possible to help me figure out what to do with this. How about you? Do you think this creature can be killed?
Well, we've had a few reports. I don't know if they're creepypastas or if they're real legit stories. The one that was killed in Washington, the gentleman said that he'd shot it, and when he went to go back with, I'd have to send you the link and really have to listen to it. I'm kind of just summarizing what I remember. I listened to it about a week ago, but the gentleman killed the dog man and then went back up there, but there was Black Hawk helicopters, so there was a government involved. And so, I mean, that's another thing. Is it creepypasta? I don't think the gentleman that put the content on his show is into all that. It was written, I know it was a written report that was written and sent to him, so he's just reading what happened. But I do believe dogmen with a high caliber round, possibly. Have you ever heard of Joe Barger's encounter in Michigan, where he was carrying a freight load, and the dogman came running up the side of his semi, and it tried lunging itself into the vehicle. Well, he pulled out his gun. I can't remember the caliber or what type of pistol he had, but he fired it, shot it right between the eye, dropped it instantly, and when he turned back around, about 10 minutes, carrying a heavy load, he turned back around, saw an old couple, and old couple, he talked to him when I remember him saying, they're like, yeah, we saw two black bears, two bears in the area, but I guess you can see the blood mark as if another dogman had grabbed the body and dragged it back into the tree line. So, and he's been on, he was at the dogman conference last year and told his encounter. I believe Martin Groves actually told his encounter, and Martin Groves is another one that's actually been into these dogmen, and former police officer, almost had to wait till after he retired to talk about his stuff just because of the ridicule. So, do I believe dogmen can be killed? I guess, just like anybody, maybe in the soft tissue points. I definitely don't believe in the chest. I believe they do have a thick chest. So when people say they fired a shotgun at it and it didn't drop, I believe they do have thicker chest plates. But I believe if you got one in the eye or, in the throat maybe, I believe that they can be taken down. So, like I said, I keep an open mind to it. But then again, people say they've shot them and this thing just disappeared. And you see the blood trail and all of a sudden it disappears. So are they jumping through portals? Are they jumping through trees? Don't know.
Well, you know what's funny is I recall one of the first dogman stories that I ever heard. It was somewhere in the South where this young man was riding his bike, and he was out coming home from a night of shooting or a day of shooting with his buddies, and he was riding his bike and he saw one of these creatures come out of the woods. First heard it tracking him, and then it came out of the woods, stood right on the road. I mean, this kid put about 15 alleged bullets into this dogman with an AR-15 from less than 100 yards away or 50 yards away, and this thing just was like, give me more,
we do have more evidence on the Sasquatch than we do the Dogman. I mean, we have the Patterson Gimlin film. We've got hair samples, footprints, tree structures that all point to Sasquatch. Dogman, we're at a concrete wall right now because we don't have videographic evidence, or if there is, it hasn't been leaked out peer ridicule, or they've been said or told, hey, don't share this, or face prosecution almost. So I mean, I thought the Gable film for the longest time was real because I don't believe a guy in a ghillie suit can move like that. But like I said, I obviously it was proven to be a hoax, on Monster Quest. But then again, I also keep it open mind to other researchers that have told me, hey, was he silenced into saying, hey, this isn't a real Dogman video? And like I say, obviously Monster Quest came out and said it's fake. But when he did the reenactment of himself wearing a ghillie suit, he didn't move the same. So
very true. Very true. Shane, Michael, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. Okay. We're going to step away for our break here at the bottom of the hour. Shane, Michael, Chris from the West Coast Dogman Project is hanging out with us, talking about this weird and strange creature called the Dogman. We're going to learn more about it when we return on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. All right, man, we're clear.
All right.
So our audience can hear us there. Okay, let's say hello to everybody on Facebook.
You have a cryptid 559 hat hanging on your Sasquatch.
I do.
That is awesome.
There. Where is it here? Hold on. Right there.
Right there.
Yep.
Hobby's such a cool man. Cool guy. I love that guy. He's such an awesome, incredible researcher.
Hobby's a good dude. I didn't understand why he kept trying to trip me down the hallway, but I'm teasing. Right? But Hobby, I actually true story, I bought 4 hats out of a Hobby down there. One for me, one for my boy, and that one's mine. And then I got a couple for my buddies who come out with me. But Hobby also threw into my little bag a water bottle, right?
Oh, right on. I think you shared that a few times.
Yeah.
Once, I think I saw it on Facebook. I was like, I gotta get one of those.
Yeah, well, the problem is it's already been stolen by my son.
Oh.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it, and he's like, "Hey, Daddy, I'm taking this." I'm like, "No, that's mine." He's like, "Not anymore. I want it." And my boy's a good boy. I mean, it doesn't take him hard to twist my arm a little bit, but yeah, my son stole it.
How old is your son?
He's 9.
Oh, I got a 10-year-old, so yeah.
Yeah. So I've already lost. Or the.
Well, at least you got the hat, so
I got the hat. Right there. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're gonna get Hobby and Jesus on here very, very soon.
Yeah, you definitely did. Like you say, Hobby's had Dogman encounters. I mean, he's boots on the ground researcher, incredible guy. And him and I actually did a Dogman investigation down in LA. LA area about 2 months ago. And we didn't find any circumstantial evidence. I think the guy, he went on a podcast and told about his encounters. Not to discredit the guy, we just didn't find any evidence of what would be Dogman. There might be certain things that might have been, but it wasn't like 100 Dogman like he was stating. So we went and interviewed a few homeless people, or the ones that wanted to talk, because he was saying that the homeless had gone missing in the area. But then again, we don't know if it was really, Dogman, or if it was just, drugs, or, gang related, or it could have been any of those. But my personal opinion was it wasn't Dogman related. I believe you might have seen 1 or 2, but the area of actually researching the area, Mount Rubidoux in Riverside, California, is actually haunted. And they used to, during the 30s, during Prohibition, they would, bootleg alcohol through the Mount Rubidoux. And there's a lot of hikers that actually hike it every day, that have reported seeing glyphs and rocks thrown at them. So I think more than anything, it's a Sasquatch area. And I don't know if Hobby can, if he's looked into that at all, but I'm pretty sure he might be able to do the same thing. But we went out there, we did the boots on the ground interview and research, and we just saw some bones here and there, but I just didn't think it was a whole lot of dog meat. My whole thing is I'm trying to disprove to believe. You know, it's like we obviously got to state, was it bear, was it, you know, mountain lions, you know, things that obviously are going to stand out with tree structures.
Oh yeah. I hear you there, dude. I hear you there. Oh, excuse me, hiccup. Sorry. Let's see, who else do we have here? We have Frankie Too Sweet. Hello, and my painting is upstairs right now, Kira. My painting is upstairs, so I forgot to bring it down. I will get to it though. I shall get to it. What else? Oh, I need to tell everybody who is interested in Las Vegas, check the ticker. We have changed the email. I checked with GoDaddy last night, and we are having issues. Gmail and Google have changed some of their algorithms, so emails are not getting through. If you are waiting to hear from Kat about your VIP package, and you haven't heard, you can email her or us at spacedoutradionetwork@gmail.com, spacedoutradionetwork@gmail.com. It will go through, and that way we can get everything sorted out here. This has thrown quite a wrench into things that we didn't expect, but you know what? Hey, we battled through. We battled through. And by the way, if you haven't yet, head on over to Marquise Williams' Facebook page. Marquise from the After Hours show. It's his birthday today. It's his birthday. And yes, that is a Dean guitar behind me. It's a Flying V. And thank you, Rex and Vaughn, for the super chats tonight. It's a wonderful way to support what we do. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with our good friend Shane Michael Crisp talking about West Coast Dogman. Is the Dogman haunting the forests of the West Coast right along with Sasquatch? Shane Michael, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. We're glad you're here too, my friend. Now, you have taken in reports. You've heard a lot of reports. When did this creature start to make its way to the West Coast, as far as you know?
That's the earliest report that we have on the Dogman in the West, according to the NADP archives, is actually in 1951 or 1952. It was by Sacramento, California. And a brief summary on that was it wasn't actually firsthand told. It was from the child's mother or the person's mother. And back before Sacramento was really a metropolis, it was a lot of farm fields. And to sum it up, I think that the mother had seen, when she was a little girl, had seen a dog man running in the area and was looking through the windows. I'd have to really look into it. But I think it was the justification of the dog man ran into the cornfield. That's pretty much what it was, and didn't know what it was. They just said some wolf-looking creature on two legs. So that's the earliest what I've read on the dog man. But I mean, you can go back dating to the natives and the First Nation people that have seen these things hundreds of years ago. So, but from what I've researched, is the earliest report I was able to find was 1951, 1952.
I mean, this creature is just creepy.
Yes.
It's creepy. It's scary. It's, there's nothing fun about this. Nothing fun whatsoever. And yet here we are, the morons like you and me chasing this stupid thing down. it allows you to see it if it wants to. Maybe not the younger ones that are still learning their ways, but a lot of the older ones, they don't allow you to. You don't see them; they allow you to see them. Yet with this Dogman, everything about it seems to be around anger. It seems to be like a pissed off house cat, man. You know, I mean, you know, that's upset that its owner's not fed them and taken this.
Yes, I mean, the Dogman, a lot of these reports I've read are very territorial. It's like as if someone walked into your house and now there's a person you laid on the bed. Wouldn't you be pissed off too? I mean, excuse my French. Wouldn't you be a little upset to say, hey, who's this guy? Wouldn't you react the same way? Being aggressive? Yeah. So that's the thing I've tried to read in on and try to associate the Dogman with, is that they're just very territorial. And when we're hiking deep in the woods, or you know, my wife and I will hike, 4 or 5 miles into the tree lines, and we're, with no cell service, trying to find evidence of these things. And that's one thing I have to know is that when I'm going in there, I have to respect their territory, whether it's Dogman, Sasquatch. And if you get the first sign of saying, hey, you feel that gut feeling, hey, you need to get out, that's your cue to leave, or it's going to be your Dogman dinner or Sasquatch dinner, So that's the thing. I have to always think in the back of my mind, I'm walking in their territory. It'd be the same vice versa. I wouldn't like if they walked in my territory, so.
Oh, hey, I hear you when it comes to that. I mean, nobody wants their territory played with, but I mean, the whole idea behind this is, the West Coast has always been so dominated with Sasquatch sightings. Now we're hearing Dogman kind of coming into their own areas here. Do you think that, the two are surviving together? Are they brawling? Are they having steel cage matches out in the forest? Where do you think this is going?
That's the thing, is I've read, I'm kind of 50-50 on it because of all the reports I've read or encounters, is when people, okay, we'll use New York for example. I've talked to a good buddy of mine that has seen the Dogman and the Sasquatch. They come during different seasons. When the Sasquatch are in, around the area, they'll start to move on, and then, I want to say, I can't remember if it was summer to fall, that the Dogman moved in. So right there just shows you that when the Dogman moves in, Sasquatch move out of the area. Obviously, they're both apex predators and that they're territorial. But then I've heard of other reports and read on that they both coexist. Maybe is it for survival instincts, or but then are they boxing each other out deep in the woods? We don't know. I've never heard of a report. I've listened to a few though that are really I have to keep an open mind to, where a guy said that he saw them fighting and that Sasquatch were throwing rocks at the Dogman that were attacking him. He fired a shot, got away with his girlfriend. It's crazy stuff. I mean, it was hard to believe. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, got to keep an open mind to it. Do they coexist together, or are they, territorial? I tend to side more on the territorial side, because I just think that, just like if you take 2 breeds of dogs, they're not going to, unless they've been raised around each other, they're going to be aggressive. So, because you're on, the other person's turf, or the other dog's territory.
Yeah, I always wonder about that, whether I go into the forest or not, if I should bring a set of tennis balls with me, just in case. But people who have encountered this Dogman-like creature, which has the body of a human, a head of, I think a German Shepherd is a good way to put it.
Yes.
I have heard people get telepathic messages from this creature, saying it's time for you to leave, or if they have a weapon, I wouldn't do that if I were you, or if you pull that gun out, it's going to be really, really bad for you. It's almost like this creature scares people away on purpose because of the territory. It never seems to do any harm, but it scares people away on purpose. Have you found that too?
Yes, I've actually talked to a lot of other researchers and investigators, and I've read multiple reports. Dogmen like to use us as, almost they like to toy with us. And like you said, they're territorial, but they use us as maybe some sense of humor that, hey, I'm gonna, when people see them on all fours, they just think a big giant wolf. But when they stand up on two legs, that's where people start getting PTSD from some reports I've read, that they're like, this thing isn't real. This is something Hollywood. You know, up in Michigan area, I've read just the other day, a lady was driving, you know, late at night, saw this giant black wolf on all fours, and she's like, it just doesn't look like a normal sized wolf. Wolves aren't 5 feet on all fours. But then as the thing stood up, they had those glaring yellow eyes, and freaked her out. She got out of the area, and I think that's the thing is, these dogmen they're territorial, obviously, and to some degree, I believe they like to use us as some type of entertainment. I believe they are an intelligent creature, obviously, just like a Sasquatch, and, you know, want us out of the area, but do you think they toy with us, Dave? I mean, I try to keep an open mind to that theory.
Oh, I think all the creatures toy with us. I think
Like
that's part of the
Sasquatch, right?
Well, I really do believe that's part of the reason why we haven't solved anything. They are the masters of their domain, which is the forest, Mother Nature. I mean, we're talking about creatures that can shut up an entire section of territory of forest. And I'm not talking 15, 20 feet. I'm talking hundreds of yards. If you've ever been in the forest where all of a sudden everything goes quiet, birds stop chirping, the bugs stop chirping, everything stops flying except those damn mosquitoes.
Yes.
It raises the hair on your back. It really does.
It really does.
You've been in that situation. Tell us what it's like.
I've only been in it one time. I was up in Springfield, California last February with my wife. Totally snowed in. Road was blocked off. We parked on the side of the road. We started hiking again. We went about 2 miles in, and one thing my wife noticed was the woods are totally silent, not even birds chirping. I'm like, okay, from all the researchers, I was a new guy. Like I said, I literally was 3 months into this dog name phenomenon, and Springville is also a big area of Sasquatch. So we didn't see anything that stood out of the norm, but it was just that was what told me that, hey, let's turn back around, let's get out of here. Whether it, you know, like you said, hundreds of yards. From when we stopped and turned around 2 miles in to where we got back to the car, woods were totally silent. And then I started freaking out and thinking about it after we were driving back home. Like, that's one of the key signs that, you know, there's something apex in those woods. So
yeah, but I mean, you don't know. Is it Sasquatch? Is it Dogman? Is it a mountain lion? Is it a bear?
Exactly.
Is it a moose? You know, but what kills you is a lot of you start eliminating a lot of those creatures. Bears make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Moose make a lot of noise. Deer make a lot of noise. Okay. Cats don't. And neither does Sasquatch or Dogman.
Yes. And that's the thing. Mountain lions can blend in and be less than 10 feet away from you, blending into the rocks or high up in a tree, and you will never even know it. And that's why one thing I was told by other dogman investigators and, you know, Sasquatch investigators, saying, hey, when you go out in the woods, always look up, always watch your six. And when I first went to Shaver Lake, I got a report actually May of last year, and my wife and I decided to go out there. We start hiking into the tree line, and we get about 3/4 of a mile in, and all of a sudden, I did the one thing you shouldn't do, because being a rookie, I heard, hey, if you use dead animal sign, you know, an animal that's hurt, injured, play that, and you maybe attract something. Here I'm playing, you know, a hurt rabbit with my speaker on. My wife's like, stop that, stop that. I'm like, no, I'm trying to draw them out. But then again, not realizing I could have brought a black bear or a mountain lion or something else in. But one thing, as we went about another 3 miles deep, we stopped and I started taking pictures, recording everything. And all of a sudden my wife heard a loud snap. And it was maybe something stepped on a branch, but it sounded very loud. And she straight yelled and ran over to me. And I'm like, okay, that's our sign to get out of here. So we hiked back out, you know, the 3 miles. About an hour later, we got out, and it was steep. But one thing I've noticed with Dogman and Sasquatch is, you probably heard and know this, Dave, is the waterways. They travel the waterways, the creeks, the streams as a highway. And that's where I found most of my best evidence on Sasquatch and possible Dogman is right by a waterway.
See, that one surprises me. I know with Sasquatch, they need their waterway.
Yes.
Okay, whether it's for birds, frogs, fish, drinking, whatever it may be. I wasn't sure if Dogman was going along the same path lines.
That, from multiple reports I've read, that they've traveled the same, just like the Sasquatch, they use the river. But another weird one I thought that really stood out to me was the power lines with Sasquatch and Dogman. Have you heard that one too? That they use the electromagnetic, field, the circuit to follow it like a highway?
I had a First Nations friend of mine tell me his brother was working on one of the power lines here in British Columbia and paused for lunch. So he was sitting in his truck. It was a nice summer day. And all of a sudden he saw something move in behind the truck in the mirror. He looks in the mirror and everything seems dark. So he thought, well, that was weird. And he looks out his driver's side mirror and now everything is dark there. And he's like, what the heck is going on? Sees this giant hand reach into the cab, grab his sandwich, pull his sandwich out, and then start walking two-legged down the road eating his sandwich.
What the? Wow. Talk about an encounter, but obviously it was by a power line, right?
Right on the power lines, man.
Yeah. So that's what, like I say, I keep an open mind to every theory. And I think I found a Dogman structure, and talking to other reporters or investigators and stuff, that two differences with Sasquatch and Dogman. Sasquatch have the intricately woven tree branches and the huts that are real beautiful and look like teepees almost. Dogman just take branches, leaves, whatever they can get, and just put them together. And they dig a hole at roughly at a 45-degree angle, and they hide inside of it as like they were going to pounce out at a deer or oncoming traffic, whatever that gets too close to them. So Dogman structures are more just kind of sloppy made compared to Sasquatch, which are nice and look beautiful. And then the only way you can know that it's Sasquatch is because what else in the woods with hands can bend limbs like that? Some of the limbs are 2 inches thick. No human hand, unless you're bodybuilder, to do that. But
oh, dude, I totally agree with you. I mean, they are the kings of their domain. They really are. And when we're dealing with the strength of these creatures and how gentle they are in certain situations where you can't even hear them, but they can be so physically strong in order to like you said, twist and bend and break and snap trees like there's no tomorrow. And it doesn't matter whether it's a 1-inch twig, 2 inches, 5 inches, 10 inches, or 8 to 10 inches in diameter of a tree. They can do it, and I don't get it. That takes a lot of strength, and I still haven't figured out why they're building these structures. Are they markers? Are they like crop circles for aliens? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing I've kind of noticed with, like I say, I'm more of a Dogman person, but at the same time, I still like neck and neck. I'm right there with Sasquatch because it's still, I almost think they coincide together, because obviously we know that Sasquatch puts the X's up, they put the huts and the tree structures up. But the one weird thing I've learned with the Sasquatch is when you have the trees that are stuck in the ground upside down, that's like a big red flag. Hey, get out of the area, because multiple people have told me throughout the last year and a half that could either be a buried Sasquatch, that's how they mark their dead, or it's a breeding area. I don't know. That's what really gets me though. Or when you see the deer heads that are hung up on the tree, that's like another sign. Hey, get out of the area. That's like your last resort kind of thing. That I haven't came across any of that, but I have come across the X's, the tree huts, the structures, the broken branches. But yeah, that's what gets me with the Sasquatch. Dogman, I think like the Sasquatch, they do break branches. Obviously, when I'm out there, I'm looking for claw marks. I'm on the evidence side of the Dogman right now because I want to get the evidence so I could, like you said earlier in the show, send it to someone that we can trust, like, you know, like I said, to Jody Cook from the NADP, who knows people that he can have the samples tested. So that's what I'm trying to look for. I'm looking for not so much taking photos anymore. I don't. No matter what, it seems like if you get the clearest photo, it's going to be butchered in this community. People are going to say it's a hoax, it's fake. But hey, if you got, you know, claw marks, a footprint, hair samples, that's what I'm really looking for. So, and that's what I'm trying to do right now, is getting teams assembled right now on the West Coast. I'm actually talking to a gentleman in Oregon right now, and he's got a buddy of his that live on the reservation, that are First Nations people, and trying to elect him to be, you know, the state representative and get some people around there. Because Oregon's actually a big Sasquatch area too. But Washington, we all know with the Sasquatch, you can get away from the dogman, but leads the country in sightings, with California being a slight second as of 2020 to the statistical reports.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are people reporting? Okay, are they reporting noises? Are they reporting actual sightings of this? And if you've never really seen a dogman or a Sasquatch before, how do they even know what they're looking at?
That's the thing. I believe a lot of dogman encounters or sightings are misidentified Sasquatch. People just think, oh, you know, I think there's a Sasquatch. But when they say they see the muzzle, the ears that had the German Shepherd looking head, and they had the digitigrade leg structure, I mean, that to me right there screams dogman, obviously. But like you said earlier, people don't know what they're looking at because they don't believe in these things. A lot of people are closed-minded and just don't say, hey, these things don't exist. But that's a lot of the reports that I think, from according to satelliteinternet.com, it looks like it was from people actually seeing things. And that's dating all the way back to the 1800s. If you watch the video, a few people have shared it in multiple groups, but you can see the stat line. Like, you see California all of a sudden from like 1960 to 1970 be the leading one in the country. Then all of a sudden in the late 90s, early 2000s, Washington just skyrockets. And then, you know, with 676 sightings as of 2020, Washington leads with California being like 200 roughly behind it with like 445 sightings.
Right.
So, we like you said, on the West Coast, we get a lot of Sasquatch. The dogmen are, I think, slowly, not slow, I think they just people don't know what they're just identified as all the way from all the way up to Washington and your area. So, not a whole lot in Oregon there.
I got a question for you. What do these creatures sound like?
Well, if you go to the NADP website, you can hear what they sound like. They have 3 different recordings from the ones in Ohio, which were possible dogmen. I don't know if they're 100% dogman, but almost like Sasquatch, they have howls, they yell, you know, almost sound like a wolf. I would say, like, you know, I've heard so many different ones. I can't tell you if they are dogmen or not. You know, so I know that they like.
Have you ever been in the vicinity? Have you ever been in the vicinity of those noises?
No, I haven't. I've only been, like I said, I've only been boots on the ground for the last year and a half, and I've only been out in the field maybe about 10 times. So normally it was during the day. I really want to do a nighttime investigation. And I was actually talking to Hobby with the 559 about 4 or 5 months ago about going into Sacramento. There was a security guard that refuses to go along the river because the homeless have said that the dog comes out at night, and you know, homeless have gone missing. And the former Region 1 directors have said, don't go out during the night. But it's like, hey, that's where we're going to get our best evidence on these things nocturnal or not. You know, that they've been seen multiple times throughout the day, a lot of the times at night. Around the witching hour, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Some people see them at 11. So it's just almost having to find them at the right time to be able to, you know, investigate these things. But I've never actually heard any howls or anything like that. I've heard a bear, you know, but that was at a zoo, but I've never heard out in the wild, though.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. We got about a minute left here.
Okay.
Gotta keep it lit, yeah.
Does it have a command of its voice, much like Sasquatch does, where it seems to be, where there seems to be a language of sorts?
To me, from what I take from it, it sounds more like a growl. Is it territorial? Is it growling to other dogmen or howling at other dogmen? It sounds very similar to almost Sasquatch, you know. I've never heard a dogman actually talking, kind of like the samurai sounds or the Sierra sounds, where they do the samurai chatter. Was it Ron Moorhead, I believe, got that back in the 70s, right? Yeah. So, never heard anything like that with dogmen. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of evidence out there. I mean, as a recording, is it coyotes or is it bobcats? A lot of people say that they sound similar, so.
Well, you know what? When we come back in hour number 2, we're going to take a few audience questions because I know they are starting to build up in our chat rooms. We're going to learn more about the Dogman and hear some great stories from Shane, Michael, Chris for the West Coast Dogman Project. Yeah, he's one of those dudes who goes chasing monsters in the forest, and you can too. Just be safe out there. Hour 2 of Spaced Out Radio returns right after this. All right, we're clear, and I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to put you back in the green room, and I'll be right back in a couple minutes, okay? All right. Stay tuned, everybody. Hour 2 coming up next. Give us a thumbs up, thumbs down. We need it. grease all over it. That's okay.
Nice guitar there you got, Dave.
Not too bad.
Do you play a little bit or no?
I dabble, but I'm not good.
Oh, I was gonna say, it's like I like to hear you. Just play it live.
No, I forgot.
Maybe at the convention.
No, old Dave will be a little bit too busy for that. Hi, Shelly. How you doing? Who else has joined us here, ladies? Excuse me. Free your mind. How are you? Anybody else I'm missing here? Don't think so. If you have any questions for Shane Michael, do me a favor, put them in capital letters. It's easier for me to read them. I have to go get my eyes checked again. Cowboy 5 Strings, how you doing? Welcome to SOR chat. And
good to see you, brother.
We got about 30 seconds. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, buddy? That's the tension. There.
Ant's awesome. He's a good dude.
Yeah. Yep. And thank you so much to Vaughn, Rex, Space Cow, and the man with 18,332 podcasts, Brian Bout. I know you're listening, Brian.
Love you, Brian.
And let's get going here in about 5 seconds, guys. So quiet on down and let this thing happen.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. So glad you could join us tonight. We talk about dogs. We want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Xanthopsia. Xanthopsia is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Okay, let's do this thing. Hour number 2, we're talking Dogman here on the West Coast. From the West Coast Dogman Project, we got founder Shane Michael Crisp here. Shane, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, dude. Like I said, it's a true honor to be here, and I'm just super stoked to talk Dogman, like I say, and with anybody that keeps an open mind to this thing. So we can talk Dogman all night long, really, but I know we're only here for 2 hours, so like I say, it's a huge privilege and an honor. Thank you again.
I want to know, out of all the Dogman stories that you have heard or come across, what's the one that kind of gets you the most?
As in, like, one that's, like, probably the best one I've ever heard, would you say? Or, or one that's, like, so far out there that you're just like, that's not believable.
Well, let's just go with the best one you've heard.
The best one? Well, there's probably about 5. Martin Grove's encounter. If you haven't read his new book, Beast Between the Rivers, that just came out about 3 weeks ago. Just finished it last night, and he's a former law enforcement officer. He had, Dogman encounters in the LBL out there in Kentucky back in 1993. He was with a buddy. Don't want to give away his whole story. I mean, I'd rather people read his encounter or go on, Paranormal Roundtable, or, he's interviewed with Martin Dunley, I think, but that's probably one of the most compelling to me. I mean, the guy's in law enforcement. What does he have to lose? He waits till after he's retired to talk about it because of the ridicule and, facing, getting laid off from work. If you were to release it in 93, saying, hey, yeah, I saw a Dogman in the LBL, they would have laughed him out, and probably let him go. So he waited all the way till I think it was just like a year or 2 years ago to release his encounter. So that to me is probably the most compelling I've heard. Vic Cundiff's channel shared some very incredible ones. Like I say, I always keep an open mind to this dogman phenomenon because there's no experts in this field. And I mean, obviously, you can tell that, like you said earlier, there's certain people that want to say they're 5 minutes of fame, and they, you know, Vic Cundiff has to weed them out and then show that someone catches them in a lie almost. Kind of like what I do when I interview dogman eyewitnesses. I try to ask them the same questions, but not back to back, but down the road. Try to see if there are some achievements. Everyone I've talked to and interviewed, they've all seemed to be in this not for the fame, but just to get their story out. And that's why like I said, spread awareness and get this phenomenon out there to other individuals. And I'm a new guy to this, so whatever I can do, and I never claim to be an expert, but I've learned a lot. And I'm like a sponge. I just soak up all this knowledge I can get, and you know, I differentiate what I believe is credible and then what's not credible. Like I say, I really don't disprove anybody. I keep an open mind to it. But then, you know, down the road, a few years from now, a new guy starts in the field. I'd like to be able to say, hey, this is what I've learned. You can take it or leave it, but this is what I've gained from my research and my knowledge.
Okay, I do have to ask, in regards to what you have learned about this creature, then, what makes for a credible story?
Just hearing the eyewitness. Now, like, you almost have to think of it almost like as an interviewing someone to see, like, if they're, you know, really telling, almost like if, you know, like a lie detector test. Someone's real fidgety or just, you know, not making eye contact, stuttering the words, I guess you would say. That's what I kind of like look for. And I'll ask the same question. And if they think, you know, if they start saying certain words like, well, you know, I don't know, and real stuttering, it's not making any sense. To me, just my personal belief is that they're either making it up. Someone that's really, you know, terrified, having to relive the encounter again, and you hear the tremble in their voice, they start, you know, sweating or just getting real shaky. That to me almost seems to someone that's really credible. And compared to someone that just starts making it up, oh, hey, I saw a dog, man, it was, yeah, I don't know, but like I said, I haven't really came across people that have really liked me. I'm not going to throw a certain individual out there, but there is an individual I've talked to that said he's raised a dog man and named it, and it lived with them. To me, it sounds, I'm not going to discredit the guy, but to me, it's hard to believe, you know. It's totally against everything that I've read on Dogman. I don't discredit it. I'm planning on talking to this individual a little bit more, get some more information out. But to that, compared to someone that said they saw the thing running across the road, that's where I have to differentiate what's real, what's not, you know, or who's telling the truth, who's not. Is someone looking for 5 minutes of fame, or someone just wanting to get their story out?
Okay, when somebody comes up to you and says, I have this report, like, let's take Javier from Cryptid 559, okay, where he's got that picture of a dog man that's about 10, 15 feet behind him. I mean, when somebody comes up to you with a report like that, what do? What's the process?
Well, are you talking about like if he brought me the photo to analyze, or just like he had, hey, I saw this dog man, or
just run with it.
Yeah. So now, if Javi came to me and had a picture, you know, he was there, I wasn't. I'm gonna take him for his word, and he, you know, look at the photo and analyze it. And it's different when someone just goes out to the tree line, takes pictures and starts circling, you know, red circles, and leaves, but hey, there's a dog in there, But if he's got his phone out split second, and he happened to take a picture of it, and then told me the encounter, what happened, and growled, and ran at him, and bluff charged him, and he got out of the area, to me that would be almost more believable than someone going out to the tree line, taking photos of just, you know, circling circles around, you know, blob squatches and blob things. That's what to me is more compelling to me than someone that has an actual encounter behind the photo. Because a photo can only say 100 words, you know. It's different when someone's going out there and saying, hey, and then they start tracing the dog man in the photo. I mean, you don't need it. If it's actually a dog man, why should you have to trace it? That's how I look at it. I don't. I used to do that type of research. I got away from it because I was really killed for it. And it's like, hey, I didn't see nothing there when I took the photo. outside on Elmira Main. And they get all moved in. The wife tells the husband, "Hey, put your guns in the barn. You're not allowed in the house." Okay. Well, right there, that's my question is, why are your guns in the barn? Should have at least one in the house. But anyway, so the wife and the husband are sitting outside one night drinking coffee, and they start seeing strange white lights in the tree line. It's a little weird. So next day, I think if you look up and watch the show, these woods are haunted. They kind of summarize it. The daughter and the boyfriend are walking the dog in the woods, and they come across this hut, and they look inside of it, and it looks really weird. Got weird smells. They go back. Well, the next day, the husband is out trying to retrieve something, I think, and they see four yellow eyes looking at him from the field. They start getting closer in. And well, then to sum it up a little bit more, the dog man or start jumping on the house, terrorizing the family. The husband was trying to get the barn to get his gun, and so they all. Pretty much the story comes back. You know, the next morning they were gone. So sorry if I butchered that story, Dave. I'm just kind of going off basic memory of Palmyra, Maine incident. It's one of the best out there. You can check it out on YouTube or These Woods Are Haunted. But Nick Valente, when he was still with the North American Dogman Project, actually drove up there and, you know, checked out the house and got photos. There was claw marks along that house right there. So I mean, there was obviously evidence of
presence of one.
Wow.
I have no, and I cannot prove that. I cannot prove it whatsoever. But I was getting firewood, and my partner and my son were in my truck. And the minute we turned up and went down this logging road, it was nothing but fear.
Wow.
And I got out of the vehicle, no noise, and because I was right by 2 trees that I wanted to take down. Excuse me. And the energy was so thick that I said, look, I'm here to take down these 2 dead trees, because dead trees are what causes forest fires. Exactly. And it's better for your environment if I do this. So please allow me the ability to do this. Okay, keep my family safe, and then we'll get out of here as soon as we're done. And so everything seemed to calm down, but it always felt like we were being watched. And cut down the 2 trees, chop them up, stack them in the truck, hop in the truck, drive down the logging road about another 3/4 of a mile to a mile, and there's another big 70+ foot dead tree there. I'm thinking, man, I could fill my truck with this one. Get out of the truck, even thicker, dark, I don't want to use the word evil because I think it's overused, but very dark, heavy, bad energy. Didn't even let my son out of the truck, hop back in, screw the tree, hop back in, and just drove off. I've been down that road dozens of times. Never felt it before, haven't felt it since.
Wow. So it must just be in general that dogmen just give off a darker energy, like you said, not evil, but like almost like would you say malevolent, or?
I don't know. Here's what I do know. Everything has an energy pattern.
Yes.
Okay. I've been around Sasquatch. I've been around aliens and UFOs. I've been around the paranormal and ghosts. I know what they feel like when I'm in that area. Ghosts are very heavy. Heavy on the shoulders, heavy on the head. UFOs and aliens are very, very light energy and very spazzy energy for me. Okay? Sasquatch was very stoic type energy. Like, you're being watched, but, you still got to be aware and be careful, but the guard was down. This, I don't know what the hell it was. And I've only experienced that twice. And the second time I experienced it was last year at our Bigfoot site.
Wow.
I don't know what it was. Don't know what it was. And I would not allow my son to get out of the truck there either.
Wow.
I take my boy with me all the time.
Oh, yeah, of course. But so you felt this dark presence or dark energy for twice already. Now, I was going to ask you real quick, do you think that possible Gugway? Because I know Gugway, the 7 Shoots is up in Canada, isn't it?
Don't know. We'll have to wait on that conversation.
Okay.
Thank you, Vaughn, Rex, Space Cow, Brian, and BMR for the great super chats. Here we go, guys. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio.
people said they've seen them. I've listened to multiple podcasts that people come on, talk about their encounters, people that have shared photo evidence, saying that that's what they saw. I can't tell you. Not that to my knowledge, story, I really don't.
I have heard of stories, a number of them, where it's almost polar opposite. I've heard stories of them brawling in the forest. I've heard stories of dogmen actually protecting people from rogue Sasquatches. I've heard stories of Sasquatch protecting people from rogue dogmen. I mean, it just seems, it all seems to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Shane Michael, but it all seems to be on the, whatever the territory is that they are in.
That's correct. That's exactly what I've heard. So whoever your territory you're in, that's the one that's going to protect you from the other party. I've heard multiple reports and people say that the dogmen are more like the enforcers of the woods. But then again, something that's smaller, you know, I think Sasquatch would be more the enforcers. But then again, it depends on where you're at.
Very true. Very true. Let's go to Ant Rocks. Shane, do you think dogmen and Bigfoot have binocular type vision?
Oh, 100%. I do believe they see us before we see them, or we even know that they're in the area. We can be just like my wife and I, we just go stumbling in the woods. They're probably watching us right before we got out of the car. So I do believe they have not just binocular vision, I also believe they have more of a, almost like night vision almost too, to be able to see, because I do believe a lot of the sightings, if you go to the NADP website, most of dogmen reports are seen anywhere from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. So I do believe they hunt at night and they use the nighttime to their advantage, just like Sasquatch. So I think they're more hunt during the night. So night vision, binocular vision, very possible.
No, and you know what? Most of the sightings seems to happen between dusk and in the middle of the night.
That's just, I mean, I kind of look at the proof and the evidence. Like, well, I think that's how the NADP was able to sum it up, was they took all these reports that they've got, and then they asked, you know, take the times from them. And most of the times they were from like 9 till, let's say, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, dusk, dawn. But that's where I'd have to send you the pie graph, Dave. Once we get off here, I'll send it to you, and you can kind of see what times that the dogmen are seen. I mean, they're obviously seen during the day too, but more, I'd say at nighttime, anywhere from 8, 9 o'clock to 3, 4 in the morning. So that's where I think that they're more nocturnal, using the nighttime to their advantage.
All right, let's go to Sovereign. Piggybacking off of Gloria's question earlier, have you heard about dogmen being referred to as a government asset? If so, are all of them lab created or just some?
That's a good question. Referring back to Gloria's question, I don't believe they are. I mean, like I said, I keep a open mind that they're lab created, but I do believe they are used in certain things as a government asset, as in wars. I mean, Jody Cook could tell you that where he heard the stories about the dogmen in Afghanistan, the Anubis type, like Dave was saying earlier. But recent report I've heard of, the dogmen were used during the Vietnam War to carry out a few missions. And when they were done with their missions, they brought them back and released them into the national forest. And that's where they chipped them, and they keep track of them. So when one of these things go rogue, that's when they shut the national forest down, and they send in these 3-letter agencies that go in, take this care of the problem, haul it out of there, and then, hey, national forest is open back up. Is it true? I don't know. It's just what I've read and keep an open mind to.
Continuing on here, Anthony is asking, what do you think about all these people saying that dogmen are demons?
That's a good question. I don't believe dogmen are demonic at all. I believe they have a dark nature behind them. The ones I think that are more demonic would probably be more things like that sound more demonic to me. But I think dogmen have more of a sinister tactic behind them. I don't believe they're demonic one bit. That's just my opinion, though. So, Anthony, don't take that as proof. I just believe that dogmen aren't demonic, though.
You know, I think there's something nefarious, but I don't think they resemble anything to be like the Hounds of Hell or anything along those lines. I don't think they're, that they're walking around with the devil wearing Prada. I don't think that at all. I just think that there is something that is very, very strange about these. I think they're more related to the Sasquatch than we probably know, even though they probably hate each other.
But going back on Anthony's question, though, real quick, Dave. I mean, if you go to Wisconsin and you think of like the Beast of Bray Road, where a lot of these things are seen, they're always around cult areas where they're having satanic rituals and stuff, and people saying, "Hey, there was a dogman or some bipedal canine I seen." Is that a dogman though, or is it something?
Well,
I mean,
I actually have a theory about that because there's also, from what I've heard and learned from people like Butch Witkowski, there's also a high sighting of dogman and Sasquatch at cemeteries.
Yes.
And when my buddy Merle, myself, and my buddy Mark had our Sasquatch encounter in 2018, it was at a place where 52 people died in a plane crash.
Wow.
And they forced us out of the forest. They forced us to leave.
Wow.
They surrounded us. And I think, and I'm speculating here and it could be my imagination, I don't know. But I think these creatures are some sort, at least some of them, not all of them, but are protectors of areas where there's a lot of sadness.
Yep.
Okay, cemeteries, houses that have maybe burnt up in the forest, plane crashes, you name it. I think those sacred areas almost have maybe Dogman and Sasquatch as protectors of those areas.
Yes, you're correct on that. You see dogmen around a lot of native burial grounds, and I can't remember what report I read this months ago, but if we're talking interdimensional, there was some type of being that used dogmen as protectors of the portals too. So dogmen are obviously protectors of cemeteries, native burial grounds, and obviously portals. Like I said, I can't recant on my memory, but I remember hearing that. I was like, okay, that would make sense. I've tried talking to the local tribes around here, and no one's wanting to talk. I'm like, obviously, but there is a high sighting of dogman encounters and sightings around native burial grounds too.
Let's continue on. Let's go to Susie. Isn't Dogman werewolf the same? I've never heard of Dogman until the last year or so.
No, Susie, unfortunately, they're not. So werewolves obviously shapeshift, and obviously there's some bad omens behind it to why they transform on a full moon. Dogmen are just not flesh and blood, but they just don't transform, or they're just in that dog-like state 24/7. And from going back earlier real quick, Dave, before I know we're almost done, but from other researchers I've talked to, werewolves tend to have the smaller snout, ears on the side of its head, and have the human-like leg structures, and are a little bit taller or a little bit shorter, I can't remember. And then dogmen have more of the elongated snout, the digitigrade leg structures, and the ears on top of its head, like a German Shepherd. Is that true? It's just theories that I've heard. So, but you can obviously see the difference in, a dogman compared to a werewolf.
Very true. Let's continue on. We got about 9.5 minutes to go.
Okay.
Adam is asking, do you think werewolves and skinwalkers then are the same thing?
To the same degree, yes. Like I said, I've been recently looking into the Hawaiian werewolf mythology right now called the Kaupe, and same thing, something sinister that shapeshifts like a skinwalker, and like werewolves, the Rougarou. I forget the Russian werewolf name for it. It starts with a V. I think it's like Balaus. I don't want to butcher it, but I tried to look at all the different werewolf reports, and they all across the board, there's something sinister or dark about why they shapeshift. And so I do believe werewolves and skinwalkers are the same thing, but one is more, it depends on the culture. So obviously, natives, the First Nation people have the skinwalker. Europe has the werewolves, and then the Rougarou. came over with that, obviously, the Loop Guru that turned into the Rougarou, different depending on the name. So,
All right, let's go across the pond to Tony. What do you think about the connection of Dogman and graveyards? Well, we just kind of got into that. Is it like a dog burying bones? His thoughts.
That's a good question. I mean, obviously, there's a video that circulated a few years back where out there in Ohio, there's young girl was filming, and they're driving by this cemetery, and during the day, it looks like a dark figure. Obviously, it almost looked like a dog, man. You know, it had the pointed ears, and it's digging in this grave. It's actually, if you want to check out those photos, they're actually on the NADP website. And if you watch the video, which you'd have to look online, but the little girl's freaking out, but it's things just digging with his hand. And if it's in the middle of summer, I don't think a maintenance worker would be digging by hand. But they show on the NADP websites, you can see the before or after photos of the grave where it was dug up. So maybe like Dave said, these things are connected, obviously, around cemeteries, burial grounds. And Ohio's a hot spot, so just let everyone know. Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, you name it.
All right, let's continue on. You know, just to kind of add to that a little bit, though, with the graveyards, I mean, there have been reports of Sasquatch allegedly digging up graves as well. So we're not really sure why or how, you know, but it has happened, or at least people say it has. Whether there's proof or not, I don't know, but I just go by the reports.
Right. That's all we can do.
That's all we can do. All we can do. We're pretty much wrapped up our audience questions for right now. But I do want to add, in regards to the sightings that are happening, is Dogman a creature that is going to sneak up close, or does it try to stay a little bit further away like Sasquatch?
I believe both. I'm 50-50 on that. Obviously, they'll let their presence known if they want it to be, but I believe they're observing you just like Sasquatch the whole time if you're in their area. Obviously, we all have a stench to us where they pick up the smells, but obviously they have a stench to them too. They smell like, you know, wet dog, death, musky smell. It's almost like a Sasquatch, you know, that smell real garbage-like, you know. Obviously, if you smell it in the air, there's something obviously close by. So I believe that if they want to, or I believe they're actually closer than we actually realize when we're out there in the woods. I mean, until they want, like you said, you almost have to be on that same energy level for them. They're almost like Sasquatch. They want you to see them, they'll let you know, show themselves. Same with dogmen.
Okay. Do you believe then that this creature that you call the Dogman, or all of us call the Dogman, does have some sort of relation to the ancient Anubis type of creatures?
I do. I honestly do believe that there's some type of connection, because I mean, if you date it all the way back to the Egyptian times, talking what 4,000 years ago, there was dog-headed creatures there. I mean, Christopher Columbus has reported it. The Romans had fought off some dog-headed like creatures, the Cynocephali, Saint Christopher. I mean, there's these dog-headed creatures through all out-reported history, and you talk about the First Nations people here in this, you know, in North America. That's what really got my interest, was they've talked about these things for hundreds, almost the last 1,000 years. You know, the Cherokee call them the Ulonga Duglala, and then they used to trade with the Chiatonka, and the Ulonga Duglala name almost means beast with knife-like teeth, according to D.A. Roberts in his book, who's done extensive research on the Cherokee when he did his research writing his books. So right there just shows that, hey, these things have been seen. So, I mean, to go back to the Anubis, I mean, to say that, hey, Anubis was a god, I really don't know, Dave. I just believe that looking at our history for the last 4,000 years, obviously the beasts of Shevadon, I mean, going from there, I don't know if that was really dogmen that massacred all those people, but it was reported to be looking like a dog. So, like I say, I do believe that history has reportedly shown these things, and I do believe they've been here since the beginning of time, just like Sasquatch. not to get religious or anything like that, I don't really believe in the fallen Nephilim or all that. I mean, I keep an open mind to it. It's just, I don't know. You know, I do believe they've been here since the beginning of time, though.
My goodness, that's a long time. That
Yes.
is a very, very long time. 3 minutes to go here with you. Do you think we're ever going to solve this cryptid mystery of Dogman?
I really don't. I just like the Sasquatch. We still haven't figured it out since the Patterson-Gimlin film, which was, what, 1968? And we're going about it almost 50 years later now. So, you know, I think we're just just cracking into it. And like I said, I don't discredit anyone's theories or beliefs. We just have to keep an open mind to it till we can get, you know, circumstantial evidence or video evidence that, like to this day, the Patterson-Gimlin field still hasn't been debunked. People still say it's a man in a suit, whatever. But you have experts that say this is not natural. Till we can get a dog man running across the road into a cornfield, or just sitting there and it stand up on on its two legs, I really don't know, Dave. I just think that we're just cracking into the infancy of it, and I believe that maybe one day there will be disclosure, like there is with the UFO. I mean, look at 70 years since Roswell, almost 80 years now. The government's releasing more and more on that. So it's just down the road, though. I try to be positive about everything. So I do believe years down the road, we will get that hey, this phenomenon might be solved. But for every answer we get, there's 30 more questions that pop up. So maybe it's a revolving door and never ends.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Do me a favor. Tell everybody where they can find more information on West Coast Dogman Project and the North American Dogman Project.
Yeah, so you can find me out on Facebook, West Coast Dogman Project, or you can check out our YouTube channel where we interview Dogman eyewitnesses under the same name, or you can find us at NorthAmericanDogmanProject.com. I'm also the Region 1 director, so we have 5 regional pages out there, so just type in North American Dogman Project, and you'll find us. And that's our whole thing is.
And what will people find there?
You're going to find what we've shared from the website, other people just sharing Dogman evidence, what they find on YouTube or articles and encounters. So we definitely try to keep everything. In my region, I try to at least do the same, is just sharing what I find online. Just to say, hey, came across this Dogman article, you know, just to learn more about the cryptid if you're new to the field. That's what I'm trying to do, is spread awareness and try to get that out there.
Yeah, you know, it's something that we got to raise awareness for. That's why we talk about this subject on this show quite a bit as well. I mean, if you don't raise the awareness, people aren't going to know what they're going to see. And they're not even going to know where to report it to. This is where you come in, Shane Michael.
Wow. Yep, and that's where I say, hey, if you have had a Dogman encounter or a sighting or someone that you know that's had one but doesn't want to talk about it out of fear of ridicule, hit us up at NorthAmericanDogmanProject.com, or you can hit me up on West Coast Dogman Project. It'll get relayed the same way. So we'd definitely love to hear it and document it. And if you're in the States, we'd love to get a team out to your area.
Absolutely. Shane Michael Crisp from the West Coast Dogman Project. Coming up next, we are going to head to the swamp. Swamp Dweller will kick off hour number 3 with another spooky story. Then little Timmy Senor is coming on in with a brazen UFO report on Spaced Out Radio. Great job tonight, Shane Michael.
Thank you, Dave, so much for having me, brother. I appreciate it. It's a true honor.
Oh, dude, we just got to get you to Vegas.
Oh, I'm gonna try to convince the wife to get me there. So
tell her we'll become best friends if we do.
Oh, we already are.
I know, dude. I know, but I'm trying to play a card here.
I know. I'll tell her, hey, Dave's telling me I have to go. So I'll drag her and my boy out, and I'd love to be there. See and visit you, Jessica, and everybody else.
Absolutely. We want you there, my man. I will let you go for now, but we'll talk soon, okay?
All righty. You have a good evening, and thanks again, Dave.
All right, take care. Shane Michael Crisp, everybody, from the West Coast Dogman Project. I'll be right back here in just a few moments.
Bing bong.
All right, I'm back. Once again, if you haven't received any emails from us and you're planning on going to Las Vegas,
Once again, if you haven't received
for our fan party May 19th through 21st and you want to be a VIP, we've changed the email because our email server is not hooking up with Gmail accounts. No, it's not. And you're missing a bunch. So email, check the ticker down below. It is spacedoutradionnetwork@gmail.com. spacedoutradionnetwork@gmail.com. We're going to be sending out emails once again to make sure that everybody can get their tickets or their confirmation in. We really need that to happen. Vegas is looking really good. We got a bunch of people coming. We need to get a few more. We want you to be there to join in on the entertainment. We got a bunch of special guests coming for you. We got great events from experiencers groups to the VIP party to the live YouTube show. It's going to be great. Sky watching if you want to do that. And we got a great weekend planned for you. All we need is your attendance. So go to spacedoutradionnetwork@gmail.com. If you haven't yet heard from us regarding this. Thank you to Vaughn, Rex, Space Cow, Brian, and BMR for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much appreciate the love, everyone. And if you want to do some shopping at our store, go to spacedoutradio.com. Here we go with the third hour.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam is set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Xanthopsia. Xanthopsia is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is that time of the night to kick off hour number 3, where we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is about to take us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I am a South African man living in Motherwell, Scotland, UK. I am 42 years old and have lived in the UK for 18 years. I moved here in September 2004. Now, I never really believed in cryptids. This is because I was raised as an average, science-believing individual. I was always told to think that you only believe in a creature's existence when it has been cataloged and its DNA is on record. In 2004, I moved to the UK, and at the time, I was living in a town north of Liverpool called Southport. It is in the Merseyside, in the northwestern part of England. It is the typical sleepy English seaside town. Several weeks after I had moved there, around Christmas time, a bunch of my friends and I decided to visit a forest area in the countryside nearby a town called Formby, which is just north of Liverpool. Now, the Christmas time of year is freezing gray and bleak, so when we arrived at the forest, got out of our cars, and walked about, it looked very eerie, like something out of those old Dracula movies or a Bram Stoker story. Not long after arriving, we began to hear these weird howling noises, and it really did give me the creeps. My friends told me not to worry about it. It was probably just the wind or something, but that did not make me feel any better, and something really just did not feel right to me. So I looked at the treetops, and they were not swaying about at all. I pointed this out to them, but they told me not to worry. Things are just fine, according to them, but I just felt like something was terribly wrong. Anyway, this weird howling sound continued, and then the sound started to become like primal grunts. Deep and guttural, like that of a great African ape. I could not believe it. I was in frigid England, in the middle of a forest, hearing these ape-like grunts. I started getting twitchy. I was starting to get anxiety and freaking out. I had not seen anything, but I was sure this was something feral and not something natural. So in this bunch of friends, there was a fellow South African. I told him, "Herman, does this not sound like apes or monkeys to you? You know, like the ones back home in Africa." He listened for a while. Then he said, "Yes, you're right. That is exactly like the monkeys and apes in Africa would sound like." With an absolute look of bewilderment on his face, our friends laughed and said the monkeys had followed us from Africa. And as they were laughing, there was this loud howling, bellowing scream which seemed to fill the heavens, the forest, the ground, the trees, and our very bodies. Finally, they stopped their laughter, and we got out of there as quickly as possible. We drove out of that forest at top speed and spent the rest of the day at the dunes nearby Formby. There, We knew we would be safer because there were more people around and more civilization. It has been many years since this has happened, and I moved about until I settled in Motherwell, Scotland. And even though I have never seen anything physical, and that day all I did was hear things, it must have been something very big. It made such a terrible sound that I don't even know how to describe it. It is a sound I have never heard before, and I've never heard it since. But if I did listen to it again, I would instantly recognize it. Since then, I've become more open to believing cryptids and animals and other things that we don't know about. I have not told many people my story since it happened, but when I do, I get the old nod and roll of the eyes like, say, okay, crazy, and then everybody just kind of moves on with their own camp stories. I just don't know how to explain it, but I do hope you share this story.
Some of them just can't be explained, can they? That's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, kicking off hour 3 of this show each and every Monday through Friday night. If you love these stories and you want more, all you have to do is go on over to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and you can get more there for free as well. There are thousands for you to choose from. From the swamp to the stars, it is that time of the night again where we bring in little Timmy Senor, our resident Timbit, for the UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
Little Timmy Senor, it's always good to have you back, and it's nice to be with you once again, and I hope you didn't miss me too much while I was down in San Francisco.
Did you go somewhere?
Wow.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You've been gone for a couple of days here. That's great. So, hey, why don't you catch me up? Can you give me any of the digs? What's the lowdown? What happened? Any secrets that you can reveal from the beautiful coast, San Francisco?
You know what? It was a great conference. A lot of experiencers there who were talking about their experiences for the first time, or first time in a long time. And I always like that. The one thing I love about Lorian Fenton's conferences is she is always looking for fresh voices. Yes, she will have some of the regulars there. Stephen Bassett was there. Melinda Leslie was there, to speak. But hearing a lot of the speakers speak there, including John Ramirez, the former CIA agent, talk about his own experiences. One of the things that really caught me off guard with what he said was many of the members of the CIA are experiencers, and that's why they're hired.
Wow.
That one kind of tripped me out.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, let's never mind about what they were speaking about. Let's talk about behind the scenes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people congratulating you and me for our hard work in bringing to light the information about Enigma Labs and the secrecy behind this. And the fact that they are all kind of conforming into each other is scary for a lot of people in ufology. They don't think it's good. They don't think it's going to advance the field. In fact, they think it's going to close a lot of doors. And they were very, very polite towards us, congratulating us on the fact that we were leaders in that field of bringing that story to light, and that nobody else has really touched on it regarding putting everything together, from Arrow to NASA to the Galileo project by Harvard educator Avi Loeb, to UAPX, to MUFON even dabbling in Washington, D.C. And one of the big questions was what we brought up, Tim, and that was, who's going to be the voice of the people? So I was glad to hear that was going around the conference. I really was. I wish somebody would have spoke on it. If Lorian had asked me, that's what I would have spoken on. Okay, but I wasn't asked to speak. I was MC this year. And we're just going to wait and see. But it is on people's minds, and people are paying attention.
Yeah, and we have to be able to ask those hard questions and get the straight answers. We need transparency. That is important. I mean, a lot of the information that MUFON was collecting was also given back. Historically, it's been a give and take. And so if an organization wants to come forward and accept people's information, there should be some give back and some follow-up, and perhaps somebody reach out to those individuals just the way MUFON does, and potentially even investigate. I've heard of nothing about Enigma enough to know whether they even do that sort of thing. And I think that's important if you want to consider the information that you're collecting to be even real. Shouldn't you investigate and make sure that you're collecting valid data?
Well, there was 2 points that were made regarding that. Number one, television star and former FBI agent Ben Hansen has agreed to allow Enigma Labs to use his investigations and his results. And apparently Ben has been taking a lot of heat from a lot of veteran people in this field for doing that, basically saying, come on, Ben, you know better. Now, how he has reacted to that was basically, hey, I don't have time for all the cases I'm working on. I needed some help. That's where I turned, but there were a lot of people saying, geez, man, you got to deal with the devil. You got to deal with the devil here. Like, what are you doing? And the other thing that a lot of people were talking about was how governmental it's becoming. And I was also surprised how many people are also agreeing with us, Tim, that, and I had this conversation with Stephen Bassett about UAP versus UFO. How many people there are not using the word UAP because they are convinced, just like you and I have talked about, UAP is man-made.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also a great way to take the temperature of a room, to kind of hear what the buzzword is. If people are using UAP in the room, it's probably science and tech guys. If they're using UFO, it's probably MUFON and witnesses and things like that, just generally speaking. That's not a bad thing. That's just my observation. And I think that it is kind of dividing the community. And I feel like that is absolutely on purpose. That was placed there on purpose. Now, we can embrace it and use that as a tool, and we should. But at the same rate, it's a shame because it really has corrupted the UFO world. And so it's really hard to decipher what we're getting as far as real information on the topic of UFO and what is just swayed information that's polarized towards a dollar sign at the end of some road.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you are bang on. People are catching on within the community. And that's due to hard work from you, me, and many others in this community who have invested our time, our money, our knowledge, our research, everything that we do to try and bring to light the subjects.
Yeah.
And we talk a lot of woo on this show. We do talk a lot of woo. Okay. But there are times where we have to be serious and educate the public as to what's going on, and then let them formulate their own responses. Look at what we did with, breaking the news out of Canada. Look what we did with a lot of the news that we've put together. So I came out of there thinking what we're doing here with the UFO report is very strong for the community. We're providing strong knowledge.
That's a massive compliment and wind in our sails, and we'll definitely keep it up. But that also makes me think that it creates such a toxic platform in its own way, and the way it divided the community so easily, right? And we can kind of see where it started to guide it away from the real UFO topic early on. And successfully now we have Arrow, and all of these organizations. Now, let's not forget, this is not a new thing, right? We've had this historically over and over in the government trying to put this topic forward. And so now we're seeing it again. Is it going to get swept back under the rug again for another 40, 20, 30, 40 years before it becomes another topic that we have to deal with? And I find it incredibly frustrating at times trying to decipher the information, because it gets pretty weedy, you know, and somebody that you're getting good information from suddenly gives you something that you just cannot swallow. And you're like, I have to rethink everything that I got from this source now. It's troublesome.
Very true. Speaking of troublesome, the New York Times has always been very pro on the UFO story, where their counterpart, the New York Post, which also happens to have UFO big mouth Stephen Greenstreet, who's caused a lot of havoc on UFO Twitter,
Identified fartless
on their payroll. They have put out an article that really slams a lot of the big names over the last few years and absolutely destroys ufology, saying that it's garbage. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing there. Let's get to it.
Yeah, so the New York Post has a brand new story that headlines "Crazy UFO Believing Pentagon Bosses Missed Spycraft for Years." And this article comes to us from Todd Farley and Stephen Greenstreet. And so the next line, we'll just dive right into it, because your audience is going to absolutely love this, Dave. So the Post was right. The UFO story was fake news. After a gigantic Chinese spy balloon flew over America, the mainstream media and some congressional leaders are still looking for aliens. And it's now reported that the Pentagon missed several incursions of foreign spycraft for years because they were instead looking for UFOs. How did this happen? It seems a small group of UFO activists spent years misleading a credulous media and oblivious Congress. And so on December 16th of 2017, the New York Times released a bombshell story about Pentagon UFO program called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or ATIP. And so the Times reported that Nevada Senator Harry Reid spearheaded the creation of ATIP, which was funded with $22 million to study strange, unidentified flying objects over the American skies. And so this story, unsurprisingly, went viral, and UFOs became a red-hot topic overnight. 2 days after it was published, Lou Elizondo, the formal official from the Times who claimed the director of ATIP, went on CNN to talk about the otherworldly UFOs that ATIP had allegedly studied. And so continuing on in this story, he says that he stated that anomalous crafts were defying the laws of aerodynamics, and ended his interview by announcing, "We may not be alone." And so news headlines the following day repeated Elizondo's "maybe it's aliens" announcement and sent shockwaves all around the world. And so over the next 5 years, this now legendary story was repeated thousands of times in the media. Elizondo, who declined to comment for this story, would become a minor celebrity, appearing on primetime cable news, starring on History Channel series, and landing a book deal. And the UFO hysteria, which began with that one New York Times story, has now culminated with Congress taking official action to hunt UFOs. But most of that story was false. And exclusively reported by the Post, the Pentagon didn't actually have an official UFO program called ATIP, and Elizondo was not its director. In 2019, the Pentagon released a statement saying Elizondo had no responsibilities with the ATIP program, which they also said wasn't created to investigate UFOs. So this official statement contradicted the claims of the New York Times and Elizondo, but hardly outlets bothered to report on it. So in 2021, Elizondo filed a complaint with the DOD's Inspector General's office, claiming that the Pentagon denied his role with ATIP and was saying that it was a disinformation campaign to discredit him. So recent released documents from the DoD state that no evidence was found to support Elizondo's claims of any such campaign against him. Danny Sheehan, Elizondo's lawyer, confirmed with the Post that the DoD and OIG dismissed his complaint. So Elizondo did not return requests for comment. So this story starts in 2007 when a scientist at the Defense Intelligence Agency, James Lukatsky, says he read a book about Skinwalker Ranch and a supposed paranormal hotspot in Utah that some claim is home to UFOs, ghosts, werewolves, and all kinds of monsters. And so after reading the book, Lukatsky wrote to Robert Bigelow, the ranch owner, a real estate mogul and longtime believer in all things paranormal, and asked if he could visit. So within minutes of his arrival at the ranch on the sunny afternoon, Lukatsky claimed his self-published book and on a 2021 radio interview that he saw a small yellow apparition in mid-air inside a kitchen before disappearing in a few seconds later. And so according to his book, it was enough to convince him that something spooky was going on at that Skinwalker Ranch. And so we can get even deeper into this story here, and it's a really great story, but how could they convince Congress to spend taxpayer money on Pentagon program to study ghosts and goblins? Simple. They just wouldn't mention the ghosts and the goblins. So from 2009 to 2010, led by James Lukatsky at the DIA, the Bigelow OSAP contractors chased UFOs around the world and hunted monsters and skinwalkers at the ranch. But going a little bit deeper, we can see how this story publicly, the Pentagon stated that publicly the Pentagon stated it had concerns and deemed the reports of limited value. But behind the scenes, there was shock and outrage. So you can see that there were some mixed intentions, perhaps some misinformation, but action still needed to take place because Reed's request not only was denied once or twice, but eventually was approved and the program went through. So, Dave, do you want to chime in at any point here before I go much deeper? Because I can get into the history, but you can see where this is going.
We got about 30 seconds left. And
please.
To me, there's not a lot of quotes going on. There's a lot of assumptions and piecing together. I think we also have to look at the fact that Stephen Greenstreet, who has been a naysayer of everything UFO regarding Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo, and that entire group, this does, I don't want to say it seems like a hit piece against them, but it seems like a real hit piece against the subject that has really no information. And let's get into this when we get back. We got a lot to talk about. I think we're only going to get to one story tonight. Tim Senor, the UFO report. Times they are, pardon me, the New York Post. Times likes UFOs. The Post, not so much. Spaced Out Radio continues after this.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, buddy. Look at you all back from San Francisco. Is that some sun I see? Did you get some sun while you were out there?
There was no sun.
No sun. Bay Area gloom. Okay. It's one or the other. Well, you were in South San Francisco, right? And so that's typically gray over by the airport there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But cool. So that was UFO Con. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. You had amazing speakers there. I wish I could have been there.
It was fun, man. It was fun. You know what? The one issue that I would say, at least for this conference, there's not a lot of young people taking it in. In order to move the subject forward, you don't have to convince the older people. You have to bring that information to the young people. Otherwise, they get UFO Twittered.
Right. Right. Do you think conventions are geared towards young people?
No, they're geared towards people with money.
Gotcha. You got to get the comic book convention crowd interested because they're definitely into this topic.
You do. Like,
yeah.
we went to, Lorian has this tradition where right across from the hotel there's an IHOP. And no, I did not eat breakfast for dinner. Okay.
Attaboy.
But Robert Perella, who's been there forever, good guy. He is outside, and this young guy walks up to him and sees Robert's name tag. He goes, UFO Con? Where's this at? And Robert was like, oh, man, we just wrapped it up here right across the street of the Doubletree. And this kid was like, damn, man, if I would have known, I would have totally been there. I'm totally into UFOs. I got a UFO collection in my house.
Yeah.
Right? And that's, we have to try and get more young people listening in, not just to the television shows, podcasts, or UFO Twitter. Because the majority of them, they don't know what it's like to hear Stephen Bassett talk up front, or Melinda Leslie and her incredible research.
Yeah.
Or people like Science Bob and the experiences of Camille James Harden or Dr. Arena Scott, or John Yost, who'll be a guest on this show soon.
A big fan of John's.
Nice guy.
Great guy. Awesome filmmaker. Yeah.
He is so funny. He is so funny.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, you have to be able to get to that younger crowd.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you're in trouble. Because the older crowd is eventually going to die off.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, there's still an element of it that, even amongst young people believing in it and talking about it in a real way, it's probably hard to do amongst peers, I'm sure.
But, I mean, when we were at the MUFON conference, okay,
yeah,
you saw it. Out of the 450 people that were there, how many were under the age of 40?
Right. Yeah, no, I felt young.
Okay. No, yeah. But seriously, how many were under the age of 40? 10?
Yeah.
12 maybe?
Right.
That's not good. That's not good. Because the younger crowd is going more towards the scientific side, the social media side. Hi, Lee Lovelight. They're not. Hi, Susie B. How are you? They aren't taking in the knowledge that many of these veterans have or people have. That's dangerous.
Right.
Thanks, Steve Wolf, for that amazing super chat, along with BMR, Vaughn, Rex, Space Cow, and B. Brian Blair. Bring it on down here, little Timmy Senor. We'll continue with the New York Post. Round to third, we're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. A very, very good night of radio for you tonight. If you missed it on our archives, you could find it at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bubblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We're going to continue on with Tim Senor's UFO report here, and we're talking about a New York Post article that basically is ripping everything about ufology apart. Everybody's a liar. Every story is fake. Tim, take us to it.
That's right. And so to continue with the New York Post story by Stephen Greenstreet, it appears that a small group of UFO believers distracted the media and Congress into looking for extraterrestrial UFOs, while in reality, terrestrial spycraft were blazingly flying over America with impunity. Okay, and so in a tweeted video, Marco Rubio states that, in a quote, "No one took it seriously because immediately it was about UFOs and flying saucers and aliens." And so, but rather than getting it fixed, the same mistakes are seemingly still being made. Some of the same UFO activists involved in the fake 2017 New York Times story lobbied congressional leaders like Senators Kirsten Gillibrand and Marco Rubio to create a new UFO program called the All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office, or ARROW. And so ARROW is reportedly looking into an avocado-shaped UFO from 1945 and whether flying saucers turned off American nuclear weapons in 1967. Official government documents show the latter case as a hoax, but that isn't stopping the ARROW from asking for lots of taxpayer money for investigations. And so on March 4th and 5th, Jay Stratton and Travis Taylor appeared at the Alien Con, a popular annual convention for UFO fans in Pasadena, California, to talk about their experiences working for the Pentagon UFO Task Force. And so it's unknown if the two, now retired from the government, will be subpoenaed to do the same by a Congress and White House currently demanding answers about how and why we missed foreign spycraft over American skies for years. And so it's pretty obvious Stephen Greenstreet's position here, feeling that the UFO topic has been derailing the potential of true spycraft and UAP, I guess, in this situation, and that it's been going on for a long time, and it's potentially put our airspace in danger because we're calling things UFO and treating them like UFO, where we should be treating them like spycraft. That seems like his position. So how do you feel about that, Dave? What should we be looking at? What is our response to this?
I have a couple of things to say on this. Number one, I'm so sick and tired of the show me proof argument regarding the downplaying of this subject. It doesn't matter whether it's a New York Post or podcasts out there. What is proof? This topic, Tim, would have nothing to study if people didn't come out and talk about this subject of what they saw. It is the public and their anecdotal stories that have brought this to light over the last 70 plus years. Then we started filling in the blanks. I don't understand the ad hominem attacks on an entire community because you don't like Lou Elizondo or Chris Mellon, which the job of a journalist, even for the weakest of the New York Post writers, is not to inflame an op-ed. It is to provide facts. That is journalism. Calling it fake news, fake stories, fake videos, fake people. There are over, what is it? What was the statistic? 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 Americans claim that they have seen a UFO. There's over 330 million Americans. So you're telling a good chunk of your population that you're full of it? That's your readers. Right?
Right.
I agree with the, okay, where I do agree with the article, except they have no clue which direction they're going, is there is corruption within this community. and the narrative that is being spun. We have said that since the TTSA days. That's why I tell everybody there's no such thing as disclosure. I had a conversation yesterday with Christopher Sharp of the Liberation Times. He called me up, and I said to him, he goes, Dave, what's going on? What do you think we need as journalists to improve on this subject? Tim, I said the same thing I say to you and our audience all the time. I said, number one, we have to remove UAP off of our record. Go back to UFO. And I explained why. That UAP is, I believe, man-made. UFO is not. And number two, I said, we have to get the word disclosure out of our mouths. We are in a confirmation move. And the moment we as journalists start realizing this, and we realize that we're not getting the information, we're not getting disclosure, the more we will have to report on, which is good for our stories.
Yeah.
And that was the point that he wanted to sit back and chew on for a while. But this ad hominem attack on the entire community by the New York Post, who wrote that? I don't think Stephen Greenstreet wrote it.
Yeah, no, he did.
Oh, he did?
Yes. He wrote it with a partner. And I'll give you his partner's name here. It's at the top of this story. Todd Farley and Stephen Greenstreet.
Okay, looking at the two who wrote it, I would say this. It's a hit piece, op-ed piece. There's nothing journalism there. Nothing journalism. Show us the quotes. And I don't understand why they are attacking Elizondo or Mellon when that's not even the story right now.
Right. But they have a very loud voice, or he does, and he writes that way. And he questions people that way, if anyone is aware how he was at the con and asked Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp very confrontational questions, aggressively, I guess, potentially. Anyways, and even with the title of this article, Crazy UFO Believing Pentagon Bosses Missed Spycraft for Years. Now, I do agree to a point that the UFO topic definitely got involved in that situation. If Arrow was involved in it, or maybe not, who really knows? But my assumption is potentially. But ultimately, I think that when you see a strong position like this, it's simply because he's, angry about the situation. And I can understand why, because quite honestly, it does feel like the UFO topic, he may believe in UFO potentially, but according to this, UFO has been used to kind of dumb down our aerospace awareness, and we've let things go because we're considering it UAP and we need to study it, not so much bring it down like we did with so publicly with the Chinese balloon. But I would like to consider a brand new article coming from John Greenwald recently that's even stating that the U.S. Air Force is now saying that all the photos and videos of that 2023 balloon shoot down is classified, and obviously all of the information linked to the other takedowns. And so that comes here in a recent FOIA request that was placed by the Black Vault and John Greenwald. So
Convention 2025 on Pioneer
getting
Artificial Gravity
a denial
Ring
like
Space.
this is obviously speaking very loudly on their position of how they feel about these things, that perhaps their awareness has gone up and they're taking it seriously. But it's unfortunate that Arrow's going to take the fall, and that the community that is trying to segregate out UFO from UAP is going to take the hit, according to this kind of look, that they're dumbing down on all of this. They're not going to talk about it. So, yeah, it's looking like we're not going to get anything else at this point. And I would be surprised if after this interagency ends, if there was a new agency that even looked, we may see this squashed, especially after what we're seeing with Avi Loeb and his new release. We're finding that Oumuamua is explainable now with some new information. And so we're starting to see some of our woo getting squashed by science and things like that. But,
and we're going to see more of that.
And that is what you and I predicted, that they were doing these public things so that they could come out and say, hey, it's mundane, everyone, right? And they were going to squash it, call it UAP, and it's just mundane stuff. Meanwhile, UFOs are still in our airspace, and they know nothing about it, and they don't want to talk about it, in my opinion.
I agree. Dude, it is crazy out there right now.
Yeah, and doubling down.
And they are digging trenches in the UFO war right now. They are digging in trenches to try and rip this subject apart.
Yeah.
And this is where I think, okay, if you look at it politically, Tim, the New York Times has really sided with Elizondo, Chris Mellon, and the politicians who are bringing this in. The New York Post has sided that with Susan Go, the Pentagon, the Air Force, that there's nothing going on. They bought the story verbatim, and that the military doesn't want anything to do with this subject. Those are not good options for people. They are not good options for this subject.
Right. Green Street actually went to go and expose a documentary style excursion to Skinwalker Ranch to try and debunk. And, if you're willing to sit through those videos, you'll get his take on it. And anyone that goes to a hotspot with expectations, you're going to get nothing. And here's the thing, you're going to explain anything away. That does happen. So, it's pretty much pointless for somebody that's already geared with an opinion like that to even go there. There's no point, because you're not going to retrieve any data of value.
Very true. What's the other topic we have for tonight?
We've got, let's take a quick look. So, I just tapped on one. Let's see. So it looks like the Senate is planning to hold hearings in April, and I have an article from Politico.com that talks about that and what the Biden administration isn't telling Congress about spy balloons. And so obviously that is more along the same lines that we've been talking about. But the big important takeaway from this is that it's not clear whether the problem is simply about the limits of technology. I'm sorry, my tablet just blanked out on me. I apologize.
That's all right.
Completely. Okay, here we go. It's not clear whether the problem is simply about the limits of technology or also, I did it again.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, right in the middle of me reading. I apologize. Or also about how the Pentagon and other agencies have decided to prioritize and parse data. Gillibrand said that there is a push among some officials and lawmakers to have longer-term, more persistent awareness of the area above commercial airspace to better track drone and balloon technology. However, the administration has yet to decide how and whether to rejigger its approach to tracking and shooting down the objects, including whether it wants to set new thresholds in its systems that would allow for officials to more easily detect a larger number of UAPs at any given time. So those discussions have been viewed internally, and as slowing down the analysis of historical UAP data, the official said that some progress is slowing. So lawmakers are actively pushing for more information from the administration. And so the Senate now plans to hold a public hearing on the topic in April. So again, a public hearing on the topic of UAP in April. And it's unclear how forthright the administration will be with its conversations with Congress about its investigative work. But National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby told reporters on March 7th that there might be very little at all, and that the administration can reveal about the Chinese balloon debris collection efforts. And he says in a quote that I've set no expectation that there's going to be some big public rollout of what we've learned.
Of course. Of course. I mean, Tim, we've been calling that since the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, what is the point of these hearings and bragging about these hearings and ufology getting all horny about these hearings when it's all going to be covered up? Right?
Right.
And
Well,
if it's true, pardon me, I apologize for cutting you off there.
no, please.
Okay. If it's true that they're going to be talking about the Chinese balloons and drones, that doesn't sound like UFOs, does it?
Right.
Now, are we talking aliens and UFOs, or are we talking UAP? And look, to our audience out there, we keep showing you these examples to show the cover-up that is going on regarding this subject in Washington, D.C. There are no such things as disclosure, and UAP are man-made. I don't know how much more right we could be, Tim.
Right. The very frustrating thing is that publicly you hear Avi Loeb and all of the other people that are speaking on this topic with their strong belief of alien life and the possibilities, and then they turn around and support the data that goes against UFO and never even talk about it. In fact, only support that everything is UAP and mundane. So it's very frustrating, and I include people all across the board here, because it's very frustrating to see them kind of including the UFO people and topic in this, and then turn around and just completely disregard that topic when they're talking on a serious level to the government and representing data. And so there's definitely like a massive gap there. And when you see organizations like Enigma or any of these organizations that are wanting to help with the public portion of it, you've got to wonder exactly how they're motivated. And that can be a little distressing, especially when they're calling for public hearings. Who's informing them? Who's writing those questions? I know that, well, I don't know, but I have been led to believe that MUFON took place in helping to construct some of the questions for the first public hearing. And so we know that that potentially was a little bit weak, and they weren't properly prepared with video. So maybe the second time around, they will have some help, be more prepared. And the questions that are asked should maybe come from a consensus from the community rather than just MUFON itself, perhaps just one person from MUFON for that reason even. It's tough to get represented.
It's going to be tough. I mean, look, there are people like Gary Nolan who are standing out. Okay, Nicole Sackage basically just put in our chat room, and thank you, Nicole, for that. Said on another podcast earlier, all of us know that the woo is just around the corner. I would agree with that statement, because you can't connect any of this without the woo and the experiences people are having. The question is there enough people within the community, from the alphabet agencies to the elected officials themselves, who will have the time to understand the importance of the experience when it comes down to it?
Right. And Nicole brings up a great point, but you have to also know your audience, right? And so when Gary Nolan is talking about the Caude Putnam and it's and the effect of UAP on it, general public is going to glaze over and just go, who is Gary Nolan again? How was he up for a Nobel Peace Prize? Or whatever? Like, how? And it's just because they don't understand that it's a much deeper thing than just things in the sky. There's this consciousness connection. So that is a tricky part to get to. The woo, I would love to think it's just around the corner, but it's not provable. Consciousness itself is not provable. And I think that's some of the stuff that Gary's running into as a massive problem, right? And so it's going to be tough to sell that to the public, even if it is medically provable. I know John Burroughs now even has a situation that seems provable. It's not going to be enough. I would love to think that woo is going to get proven. I would love to think so. Gary's got his work cut out for him in a massive way, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you, man. And Tim, I want to say a big thank you for you coming on in Space Out Radio again tonight. It was good to have you back regarding the UFO report.
Thanks,
and
bud.
I'm looking forward to doing it in a couple nights' time again.
Right on. Welcome home, bud. We're also happy to have you back.
Absolutely. Now we just got to find out where Random Guy is. He's hiding out there somewhere. Just like Brother is watching.
Yeah.
We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thaw rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. There we go. Another one in the books. And just like that, close the door on March 22nd, 2023. Let's see here. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Got to download this. There we go. So what do you guys think about the New York Post article? Are you just as shocked as I am? Be right with you in a second. It was a spiffy show. Just spiffy. The New York Post. The New York Post. Free your mind, I think, make a good point. Seems kind of calculated. The distractions are getting ridiculous. Very good point. I never talked to Random Guy today. He's been a little busy. Yeah, it did go quick, Roy the boy. Random Guy has been, excuse me, busy with his family. He doesn't come on nights when he has his kids. Oh, very true, Derek. I did bring back some souvenirs. I forgot most of them upstairs. Got a couple of really cool books. I got some alien soap. I got this hat right here. Bring it to Vegas there, Javier. Are you and the wifey coming? Or no, that's Shane. Sorry. Thought it was still Javier there. Can't read when the green lines up. Excuse me for my yawning in your ears. I didn't get any Yeti soap. But I will tell you this. The hotel I stayed at, I could have stolen their pillows, man. Their pillows were fantastic. Some of the best pillows I've ever slept on. I did not. Sovereign. Farts. You are making things up again. Oh, these pillows were amazing. I'm hungry. Outside of Melinda of Lorian's conference, there's going to be very, very few people or few conferences that I go to. I just don't see I used to be all about the conferences. I want to speak at a minimum of 2 conferences a year. Now I'm kind of like, no. I don't think so. I'm trying to drink more water again because the American food totally bloated me. To be honest with you. Totally bloated me. So fucking good, though. So good. Mystic's Walk, that's actually a good thought. Excuse me. Night number 1, I had a steak that wasn't very good. Hold on. A cheesecake that wasn't very good. Now, the breakfast wrap was fantastic. The Taco Bell at 1 a.m? Heaven. It was cheese, salsa, sausage, bacon, lettuce, tomato, eggs. Freaking good. Excuse me for a couple minutes, guys. I literally got to get some fresh air. Otherwise, I'm going to be falling asleep on you. So give me a couple minutes here. I'll be right back. Try and move my chair. I am back with a vengeance. Not really, but you're okay, Jerry Carter. You're okay, my man. They didn't get me. It's actually plus temperatures outside right now. Oh, the melting is going on. The melt is underway. Love it. I love it. All right, we're going to go blurry there for a little bit. No more snow. No more snow, please.
I should go get another juice.
I don't want any more snow. No more snow, please. Leave the polar vortex alone, Thurston Howell III. And if you hear me wheezing, it's my nose. I get really plugged up down in the U.S. too. Actually, not just the U.S., but in cities. Like when I go visit my parents or something, I get very, very stuffed up there. I don't know when Dr. Michael Masters is coming on again. Total deviated septum. If you were to draw a zigzag, that's what my deviated septum is like. Helion Beast, welcome to the chat room. Yeah, I sometimes listen to my nose at night. It keeps me awake. Squeaking. My nose squeaks like Sovereign Fart's butt. That's done. That one's done. Let's do this one. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. There we go. Oh, Hellion. Well, we're glad you're here. Thanks for checking us out. Don't forget to hit subscribe and ring that bell. Gemma Jackson, how are you? That's why I got my Vicks inhaler here all the time. Tightens them boogers right up. Thurston Howell III. I have my own little buggy that I like to drive. 2 of them, actually. I have my side-by-side, and then I have my Jeep. Christine, I do. Vicks Vapor Rub is always around. Love V Love loves her Dodge Caravan. She could go to from 0 to 90 in 8.9 minutes. Tomorrow night on the show, what do we have? We have John Yost. Little Johnny Yost is going to join us. Now, I got to meet this dude in San Francisco. He's a lot of fun. He's hilarious. We'll talk about his movie, Alien Abduction. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. His story is scary as hell. He's a movie director and an experiencer. That's who we're going to talk about tomorrow night on the show. Thank you tonight to everybody who hit that subscribe button. Vaughn, Patrick, Rex, Space Cow, Brian, BMR, and Steve for the amazing super chats. Very, very thankful for all of you supporting this show. Giving us a thumbs up. Don't forget to leave a comment down below as well once we exit here, which we're going to do right now. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.